Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Ooh, someone, I think I heard Mitzi. So Mitzi's obviously been to a church or something where you say good morning and then people say good morning back. Has anyone on this side gone to church? Okay, I'm gonna try this again. Good morning, everyone. Ooh, so much nicer. So great to be with you today. My name is Dio Kafense, and you're going to get to know me by the end of this. I am your MC, and I'm really excited to be here at the Carlu in this gorgeous setting. How many of you have been to the Carlu? This is my first time. How many of you have been here? This feels, was it a former movie theater? It's got kind of movie theater vibes. Is that true? Wrong? Right? Can anyone confirm? One thing about this, I'm learning this stage. I'm pretty far away from people, and I can't see you because there's a bright light in front of me. So if I call out to you, please feel free to shout out at me at any time. Although those virtually, I know we have an online audience too. Feel free to go in the comments and offer your feedback there. So a bit about me. I'm Dio Kafense. I am the founder and managing director of Dio Media and Communications Incorporated. I, like many of you, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a businesswoman. I'm a Canadian woman, and it's an interesting time to be in business. Would you say, ladies, men here? Again, I cannot hear you. Okay. So we're going to talk a lot about the importance of being in Canada, in business, and for those of us who are women, leading as women in business. But before we get started, a bit of housekeeping, and then we'll get to the chit-chat. I would like to acknowledge that we're on the unceded territory of the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. And we are grateful to be on this land, thanks to them. Today, we'll be talking about women in business and how we can support the advancement of more women into leadership roles. Is that something that we can all agree on, that we want more women in leadership roles? We're on the same page? Because in this room today, we want to make sure that we're connecting. Part of what we are here to do today is not just talk about the issues, but also meet others that we can find alignment with, network with, and build community. This topic actually is a really important one for me. So you're probably wondering who Dio is, how she got started, and why she's up on this stage, and what she's going to be doing. So I'll give you a little bit about me. I am a person who had a big dream as a child to be in journalism. And I wanted to tell stories, and I wanted to do it on big stages. And I won't lie, I was thinking at one point, based on my age, that I would be going to the States. But eventually I got a great opportunity in Canada to do something on Metro Morning. For those who might be CBC listeners, I was a reporter there for some time. And while I was there, I noticed that there were people in the community, mainly Black community at that time. So we're talking the late 90s. Yes, I am that old. Yes, you can say I can't believe it. But yes, I am that much older. So in the late 90s, who were looking for support in getting their stories out there. And I had an instinct and an intuition on how to do that. And I just said, you know what, maybe we can try to write press releases, improve bios, because as a gatekeeper working at a media organization, we had a lot of power. So how could I get that power and share that with others? That started Dio Media and Communications 25 years ago. I am pleased to say that I have held on to this business for 25 years in supporting, thank you, supporting organizations as vast as, let's see, the TDSB. We've worked with Juno Award nominated artists up to like this year. We've worked with a variety of organizations, but the main I'm going to use, are we back? Yes. The main focus of what we're trying to do is to help animate content. That's what we're doing, is animating the content and of people like you, of businesses like you. How many of you sometimes wonder how you can tell your story, like, right? You have stories to tell as business owners and stories to tell as entrepreneurs, but sometimes wondering how to do it. I had also the opportunity of working with the Globe and Mail as a content strategist, which is how I got to know the great team that's leading this event today. And so my hope in this day is that I get to know many of you, that you all get to know each other, and that we all get a chance to tell our stories, learn from each other, build community, and really celebrate the kind of momentum that only we in Canada can do. And can I also ask, how many of us right now are really kind of happy to be Canadian? Right? It's a challenging time in the news. We all feel it every day. But all of you here are every day pushing forward, continuing the momentum of the businesses that you have. And I look forward to learning more about all of them as the day goes on. Before I begin, I want to recognize Sun Life as our presenting sponsor of this event and Desjardins as the gold sponsor. We also have a number of brand partners supporting today's event. Thanks to all of the sponsors for making this day possible. Now, one of the many gigs I've had, and I know some of you might be Googling me as we speak, and that's all good, is that I worked as a media relations manager for the Pan Am Games, and during that time, there was all this talk about this basketball superstar named Kia Nurse. How many of us in this room are WNBA fans? Now, I am not a basketball fan, but I'm gonna ask someone who just clapped to tell me a little bit about, or anyone who knows something about Kia Nurse. Does anyone know anything about basketball, Kia Nurse, or why we should be excited to see her? Does anyone want to kind of contribute? I can't see. Oh, okay, someone knows her bio. Okay. I can hear you in the back. She's Canadian born. I feel like you're trying to take someone's job from interviewing her today. Yeah, no. All of what she said is true. I heard some of it. She's Canadian born. I heard something about Sarah Nurse and something else. But either way, Kia Nurse is going to be, thank you for that. Kia Nurse is going to be here to offer a keynote that we're all going to remember, and you're all invited to participate in the cocktail reception at the end. So let's talk a little bit about Women Lead Here and what the data is showing. We're here because of this program, and we'll also be introducing you today to an inaugural list of top growing women-led companies. So we're going to have a full day. I think this one is dead. We're gonna have a full day, and as I am a journalist at heart, and one of the things I really got known for in my career early on was chatting to people, so you got a little taste of that over there. Don't be surprised if throughout the day I might ask a few questions, reach out to folks, ask you to engage with me, because as much as this is me emceeing, this is about us as a community talking to each other. So part of my style is to do that. I'm giving you fair warning. Sometimes people don't get warnings. This time y'all got a warning that I'll be back at you. But before we get going, or to get us going, I'm gonna welcome to the stage Dawn Kalea, editor of Report on Business, to give us a sense of what we're gonna do next.
Thanks so much, Dio. I'm sorry to tell you all that Dio's job was to bring you up, and I'm going to bring you down. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dawn Kalea, editor of Report on Business magazine. I'm here today to talk to you about our annual Women Lead Here benchmark, hailing Canadian publicly traded companies with 30% or more women in executive roles, which, let me be clear right off the top, is absolutely celebration worthy. And I couldn't be more excited to be here today to listen to a group of incredible women and allies talk about where we go next. Sorry, I feel like I can barely see over the podium. But I can't pretend we're not living in a very dark timeline. The fact that we need to be talking about equity at all is somewhat disheartening. After all, we were talking about this stuff 25 years ago when I was just a baby business journalist starting my first job. And for years before that, ever since Justice Rosalie Abella created the concept of employment equity as part of her 1984 Royal Commission on the subject. And yet, here we are. Not only are we still struggling to achieve equity in the corporate sphere, but south of the border, women and racialized people are suddenly fighting for their most basic human rights. And there's an adjudicated rapist sitting in the White House. I told you, super downer, sorry. The very notion of diversity, equity, and inclusion has been outlawed, and the new zeitgeist is slowly creeping northward. Clearly, the stakes couldn't be higher. Now is not the time to be backing away from our collective commitment to the idea of true meritocracy, that talent being equally distributed across the population, any company that rigorously selects for talent and talent alone will naturally produce diverse outcomes. That's not what's been happening, of course, and the new Trump regime has many organizations scared of even trying. But there are some bright spots, and many of them are gathered here today. For this year's Women Lead Here benchmark, we assessed 5,900 executives at 520 companies, and 93 of them made the list. That's up from just 73 in 2020, the year we launched the benchmark. There's still work to do, of course, and as the fabulous Deborah Arts notes in The Reckoning, her brilliant essay that kicks off the Women Lead Here package in our April issue, less than 1/3 of evaluated enterprises have more women in leadership roles than they did a year ago. Fully 25% have fewer. In aggregate, only 23% of executives at Canada's largest corporations are women, down from 26% last year. The downshift is most visible at the top of the org chart, where less than 5% of companies have a woman in the CEO role, the lowest number since ROB began collecting data. That's just 24 women, if you're counting. So yes, we've got a long climb ahead of us, but I want to take a moment to applaud all the companies on the benchmark for your progress, leadership, and commitment to diversity. Some of you are Women Lead Here veterans, companies that have made the list every single year, which is a phenomenal achievement. Others have just hit the 5-year milestone. Congratulations to you all. We'll be recognizing these businesses later this afternoon. And throughout the day, we'll also have some representatives on stage to share their insights on what's working and what's not when it comes to supporting the advancement of women at work. In the face of a frankly terrifying backlash unfolding in the US, it's important to come together the way we have today to double down on our commitment to creating the future we've all been hoping to see for so long. Thanks to all of you for showing up today, both in the audience and on the live stream, to help make that happen. Hold fast, everyone. We've got this. And now, let's take a look at Women Lead Here honoree organization, Illumin.
At Illumin, we're very proud at the strides that we've made around gender parity. I'm happy to say that we have almost 40% of women in leadership roles, and we want to continue to grow that. Our goal is to get to a balanced approach and have equal fitting in the senior leadership roles. We find that it's really important for us to have a diversity of perspectives so that we can have innovation and we can have growth and success. We have several initiatives in place to help support the advancement of women. For example, we have a mentorship program where senior leaders work with women who want to progress in their career, help guide them along the way. We also have some other thoughts around things that we can do, such as learning programs. We want to make sure that we give women the opportunity to have flexibility. So we have programs around that flexibility to balance their work life as well as their personal life. We want to continue to expand on the mentorship program, continue to offer that up to the teams here at Illumin to ensure that women take that opportunity to step into leadership roles. We also want to be transparent around our recruitment process so that it starts from the beginning. We want everyone here, especially women, to understand how they can grow within the company and step into more senior roles. For us, this is one of our major initiatives coming into this year.
Thank you, everyone. I'll be back on stage later. Try not to be quite so dour. But for now, I'll hand things off to my colleague, Fiona Colley.
It's a long stage. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dawn. And hello. I'm Fiona Colley. I'm Senior Program Manager of Business and Financial Products with the Globe and Mail. I lead the Report on Business magazine's various award and rankings programs, including Best Executives, Women Lead Here, and the newest edition of Top Growing Women-Led Companies. It really is an honor to have an opportunity to showcase some of the most dynamic and innovative women-led companies across a range of different sectors, from retail to technology to healthcare. We're delighted to have some of these women CEOs and co-CEOs speaking on our program today. And, just as a note, during the networking lunch, we will have an onstage recognition of the top growing women-led companies that will take place just before 1 p.m. So if you are on the list, please avoid stepping away after about 12:55 p.m. We want to make sure you get your recognition. To talk a little bit about this new list, the average 3-year revenue growth of the 47 companies on it is 454%, which is incredible. So congratulations, and let's have a round of applause for all of them. In order to make the ranking, companies must be Canadian, have at least $2 million in annual revenue in their most recent fiscal year, and be significantly controlled by women-identifying individuals. So why did we create this list? Simply put, because it is needed. As we see on the Women Lead Here benchmark, women in executive roles are far from parity, and a quick glance at Canada's top growing companies list shows that this is kind of true at the entrepreneur level as well. But this ranking proves that there are many vibrant and fast-growing companies founded and run by women. And I know that there are more out there. And we are now accepting applications for 2026. So, with that, let's lean in to the current economic patriotism in the air and buy Canadian. And as a shout out to all the amazing women hockey players out there, elbows up. I don't know what I was thinking there. I would like to now introduce for our first panel, I'd like to turn things over to my colleague, Deanne Gage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fiona, and hello, everyone. I'm Deanne Gage, reporter with Globe Advisor at the Globe and Mail. I'm pleased to be moderating our first panel focused on strategies employers are using to create workplaces where women can thrive. So let's introduce our panelists. Helena Pagano is up first. She's our Executive Vice President and Chief People and Culture Officer from Sun Life, which is a Women Lead Here organization. Welcome, Helena. And next we have Katie McCullum, Chief Strategy Officer with George Weston Limited, another Women Lead Here company. Welcome, Katie. And next we have Tracy Bachner, partner with Paradigm PR, a business on the top growing women-led companies list. Welcome, Tracy. And last but not least, we are pleased to have Mitzi Hunter joining us. Mitzi is the President and CEO of the Canadian Women's Foundation. Welcome, Mitzi. All right, Helena, let's start with you. So this event is about supporting the advancement of women into executive roles. Lots of organizations kind of leave that to chance, and women themselves may hope to be promoted out of the blue at some point in recognition of their performance, but that may or may not happen. What would you say is a better approach for employers?
Thank you. That's a great question, and thank you for inviting us here today. Thank you for your quick pivot. I realized I was supposed to sit one chair over, and you were supposed to sit here, so good for you. And there's one of the skills that help women get ahead. Just, pivot and do what you need to do. Leaving it to chance is not the key to success. It's kind of a random hope that things are going to happen in place. So it really takes commitment, and I'm going to call it intentionality, because intentionality takes three things. You really want to know there's a tone and a commitment from top people who are decision makers, etc. You want to make sure you have good process, because if you're just going to say, oh, here's somebody who's terrific, and she can do this job next, and then you're going to sit there and wait till that job comes open, it's going to time out. It takes some real intentionality of process to say, what experiences does this terrific candidate need? How do I create those experiences? And then it takes persistence or perseverance, because the job that she needs to get the experience in may be filled by someone else who's pretty good. And so you're not going to just, chuck them out of the way to create the spot, but you need lots of persistence to make sure you create those things. So I've started to refine the word of development plan to development path, because the plan has to have a path of how you're going to get there. It can't just be a wish list of these are the jobs. And I'm just going to say one other thing, and then I'll stop, is that comment on having the sort of commitment from the top is that genuine belief in the value. And I used to answer this question of what am I surprised about in HR, and I used to say I'm surprised that we're still talking about things like DE&I, because I would have hoped this far in my career they were solved. But it's more so this notion of you really got to believe the data. Like, there is case after case. McKinsey has done 4 studies starting in 2015. They looked at companies with top quartile diversity and how they outperformed companies that had lower quartile diversity in their leadership rank. And their first study said that outperformance was 15% in financial returns. Their last study, which was in 2023, says it's 39%. So the business case is not going away. Harvard Business Review did a case study for 18 or more than 18 years on venture capital, an industry that is very male-dominated and white male-dominated, and they found the small number of companies that had women VC partners, and they found that diversity also outperformed their returns by 1.5%. So if you take a 9% return and get a 10.5% return, who wouldn't take the 10.5? But also had a staggering increase in venture capital. That's how you exit the deals. They had almost a 10% increase in the returns on the exit of the deals. So it's just case after case that says there is just a value of diversity in your leadership team, and there is the reason to do it right there.
Thank you. Katie, your organization, George Weston, has 50% women executives, which is a great achievement. So let's talk, Okay, so let's talk hiring. It's really hard to achieve gender parity in the executive suite if women aren't coming to your organization in the first place. So what is your approach to hiring?
So we're very, very careful with our hiring process, and we'll slow it down or pause a hiring process if we feel like it's not going the way we want. And so what we do is we're going to hire the person that's the best for the role, but we want to start with a pool of candidates that represent diversity. We want men, we want women in the pool of candidates, and I can think of at least 2 or 3 times in the last 5 years where I've asked a headhunter I'm working with to go back and start over and come back to me with a better pool of candidates. She's shown up with 20 or 30 people for a role that all look excellent, and I'm excited to meet them along the way, but there'll be, let's say, 18 men and 2 women in that pool. And if I don't have a diverse pool that I'm starting with, I certainly am not going to end up with a diverse team. And so I've asked her to stop and go back and start over, and it may have added, 4 or 5 months to the hiring process. But at the end of the day, we end up with excellent people that we've hired and that have joined. There's men, there's women, there's people from different backgrounds, ethnic backgrounds, but different educational and career backgrounds as well, and it's very intentional. And so I think my number one recommendation is, as you're hiring, you have to make sure that you have a pool that you're hiring from that is going to allow you to meet people and have the right set of candidates to consider. And if you're looking at that pool and you're finding that there's a lot of people that have the same background or that are not representing the diversity that you want at your organization, stop the process. It may take longer. Stop the process, slow it down, go back to the starting point and start over so that you've got a pool of people. And at the end of the day, hire the person that's best for the role. It doesn't matter if they're a man, a woman, or someone else, but at least you will have met people, and you will find that over time you will build a team that is diverse. And so I think about my own team right now. I have about 25 to 30 people who have come from backgrounds that are generally, I'd say, more male-dominated industries. So they've come from management consulting, investment banking, private equity, venture capital, and then core strategy roles. And I look at my team, and right now I think we're right on 50-50 in terms of the team below me. Sometimes there's more women, sometimes there's more men, but these are really high potential people that want to build careers. And so as we're thinking about the executive group, we've got people who are starting their careers in the mid place in their career, there's men, there's women, and it allows us to find the top potential and talent there and really invest in them and help them develop and grow and get women into leadership roles.
That's wonderful, tangible advice. Now, Tracy, turning to you. Paradigm has more than 50% women employees. A round of applause for that. You've worked really hard to create a culture where women can excel, but your industry is really not known for that. So could you comment on what the industry norm is and how your work culture is different?
So for us, a lot of our talent comes to us straight out of school. And the industry, and by industry I mean communications agencies, have a huge number of women who start their careers in agencies. And they make an intentional decision when they start that they're only going to stay for around 5 years. Because there's this outdated sort of stereotype that comes from back in the 80s and 90s, which is no longer really true in most agencies, that it's actually easier to be in the corporate world. The lower hours, less hours, more flexibility, less stressful. That today is really no longer true, but that kind of stereotype persists. So what we decided when we started Paradigm is we were intentionally going to try to create a culture where people could stay with us for their career, not for their first 5 years. And then we would lose them to what the term is going corporate. We didn't want to lose them to that. So for us, it's about creating a sticky culture. And when you hear about successful small businesses, they're often described as either like a family or a cult. Like cult in like a good way, like a good cult. We leaned heavily into family. That was partially by default when we started the company. My business partners and I, independently, all had little kids and toddlers and babies, and so we needed to model the behavior of yes, it's possible to work in an agency and also have a family. But it was also that for us, we intentionally make sure that we celebrate both the personal and the professional. So yes, we are going to celebrate when staff get promoted, when they move up in their careers, when they've done a great job. But we equally celebrate the important milestones for them. As I said, they come to us young, so it's when they move out of their parents' house, we celebrate that. When they get their first condo, when they move in with someone, if they choose to get married, if they choose to have children, we celebrate those milestones just as much as we celebrate the work promotions, and we found that has an impact on retention.
Wonderful. Mitzi, the Canadian Women's Foundation keeps a close eye on what women are experiencing at work. For example, the foundation followed how the pandemic affected women leaving the workforce in droves. Now, fast forward to today, what are you thinking in terms of gender parity and inclusion at Women at Work?
Thanks, Dan. What am I thinking today? What are you all thinking about today? Of course, we're thinking about the future. We're concerned. We're unsure. And at the foundation, what we have observed is that when there is uncertainty, when there's stress, when there's, what's happening with my next paycheck, when there's a crisis, an emergency, women do pay the price. More, disproportionately more. We saw that in the pandemic, job losses. A lot of the positions that went first belonged to women. More family care responsibilities went to women. At the time, I was actually elected in the province and was watching the data and looking at workforce data and recognizing that women who were in core working age group 25 to 54 years old were actually leaving their positions because they felt that there were no other options. And at the time, I remember sounding the alarm that this is a she-cession. This is affecting women disproportionately. And what I love about the work that we do at the foundation today is that we apply a gender equality lens to decision-making at all levels. And when you do that, it changes things. And so when you fast forward to today, and I know that Helena has given some of the data that's come out from McKinsey, and I've actually read that study myself. And what we see is that pre-pandemic levels of employment for women in core age group, that we have actually started to exceed that. Part of the reason is we've changed policy. We actually have a national child care plan right now, and we want to keep that. We have those supports that are in place that allow women to make the choice to enter the labor market. And so when we create the conditions, as Tracy just described, that make it appropriate for women, of course, she chooses. And so the work that we're doing at the Canadian Women's Foundation, what we see is that if we push towards a gender equal Canada, things will go up, productivity will increase. All of those indicators become positive. And so the work that we want to see is that women are participating in labor market. Women are getting into careers that are high demand careers in STEM, in trades even, and that they stay there when they arrive. And that will require a shift in workforce practices like what we've heard today, and making sure that the space is supportive of all women and gender diverse people.
I'd just also like to add, so to Mitzi, are employers paying enough attention to intersectionality? Women of different ethnicities, women who maybe have a disability. Is there more work to be done there?
Yeah, thank you so much for raising that, because we're not all experiencing situations in the same way. Intersectionality matters. So later this week, we will have Equal Pay Day, right? So we're gonna roll back the numbers and see where we are. And I can tell you, I'll let you know that there's still a gap in the gender pay gap, and for lots and lots of reasons. But when it comes to intersectionality, Black women, Indigenous women, women with disabilities, 2S LGBTQIA+, if you look at the data from a disaggregated lens, you're going to see that there is an even deeper divide. And that there's more that we need to do intentionally. I love that, Katie. Intentionally pushing for diversity and inclusion in our practices. And intersectionality absolutely does matter. And we have to ask the question, how is this affecting all women of all backgrounds and of all experiences? Because we're not all seeing things and experiencing them in the same way.
Thank you for that. That's a really great point. Helena, I'd like to come back to you now. Why women leave their careers or decide not to pursue a promotion can come down to a number of things, but we're increasingly recognizing the role of health, and you have a very interesting strategy. Could you share with the group, please?
Absolutely. This topic of women's health has become really near and dear to my organization, Sun Life. Our purpose is aligned around healthier lives, and for me personally, because it just hits so many categories. My HR hat in terms of helping women succeed and seeing them thrive in their career, supporting the company strategy or talent strategy, which, you know, you dip into a full pool of talent, you're going to get the best talent. There's just so many reasons, and just doing the right thing to help people. But we discovered lots of things. There's a huge gap in terms of what's happening with women's health. So women's don't tend to be the focus of study, of scientific study. You understand why. They have to control in the control group what's happening in the research, and so that'll tend to be a gender that's men as opposed to women, and then they'll extrapolate the findings onto women's health. There is a large proportion of health issues that cause time away from work, about 47% of them, that it's unknown what the impact on women will be. There is a percentage of health issues that impact women only, menopause, endometriosis. There is another percentage of health issues that impact women differently, cardiovascular disease, neurological disease, and a whole other category of health issues that impact women disproportionately, migraines, for example. And so there is a whole category. So what does that mean? Here is a whole bunch of things, including the very not well understood or studied topic at all of menopause. And so we, in some of these conversations, have talked about things that have related to the motherhood penalty. Either you had to step away from the workplace because you had a disproportionate share of the home duties, or your time away from work to have a baby physically, you have to be the one to do it, then you missed a round of salary increases, et cetera, and that compounds. So not only do you deal with that, when we talked about the wage gap as a factor to overall earnings, there's now a realization that there is also a menopause penalty. So there's really good research that was carried out by Menopause Foundation of Canada that talked about the impact, the loss of economic earnings to women, but also the loss to the workforce. Stanford just came out with one that highlighted that if a woman has gone to get help for menopause related conditions, within 4 years earnings have gone down by 10%. Earnings have gone down by 10% either because by reasons of dealing with your health issues, you've either reduced time at work or stepped away from your job entirely. And then they've also found that the stepping away from the job entirely is now a drain of like long-term disability claims on government programs. So think about that. Here we are as a society losing, and in the US data said 20% of women are in that menopause age. So you have up to 20% of your workforce having a health issue with there's no known treatment, having to step away from work, so you think about the contributions to GDP and their own economic earning, and then put a burden on the government and health plans because they don't know how to treat with the health, they don't know how to treat the health issues, so women go on disability type benefits and leave the workforce. Like, it's just such a solvable problem with real economic conditions. So this is why, as you can see, I'll stop talking because I'll put my passion back in a box, but have so much passion on this topic because it is a real problem and a real solvable, it could be solvable.
Thank you. Mitzi, you had a comment on that?
I do. You open up that box, Helena, and you let that passion out, because I just want to support what you said, because I know that there was some work that was done by the OECD that shows that there's also a retirement penalty. And so because of all the things that you've just outlined, when women retire, then there are even greater challenges from a lifetime of interrupted and lower pay. And so the course corrections that we need to make them intentionally and ensure that we support women at every stage of their career.
Thank you. And I just want to applaud you for thinking about issues affecting older women. I mean, childcare comes up quite a bit, aging parents, but rarely do I hear about, issues affecting the woman directly. So well done. Katie, now Katie, culture is a big part of this, and many people in general have lots going on and a lot to balance, but women in particular take on more. So after a while, women can feel burnt out and spread too thin. So what is the right corporate culture to release some of that pressure?
That's a good question. I think a corporate culture that is, I'm going to say people first, that really focuses on caring about the people that work for you, investing in them and creating trusting relationships means that your team can talk to you about these things when they come up. So if they have a medical need, a health need, they feel that they're in a safe environment to bring that up and get support from their colleagues going through that. If they need, time off, if they need to leave every Thursday at 4 p.m. to, go to daycare to pick up a child, which is, a challenge a lot of people face, that they feel as though they're in an environment where they can talk to their colleagues about what they need to be successful. And in order for people to speak up, you need to feel as though you have a relationship with the people around you. And so a culture that really focuses on helping you build those relationships and build the trust amongst your team is important, and it really starts at the top. So you need leaders that actually, they don't just say it, they don't just get out there and talk about how great, the organization and the culture is, and then go back to their offices and live a different life. You need leaders who really embody it within the team, and so that people can see it. And so having leaders on your teams that have challenges that people can relate to and that talk about them and talk about how they get through them really helps people understand that they can also speak up and say what they need from their companies. I'll use myself as an example. My team has been incredible to me over the years. When I have 3 kids, my youngest is 3. Everyone else got a COVID kitten or a puppy, and we decided to have a COVID baby instead. And so there are days where there's so much going on, and someone is sick, and I have to run to the school, and then something has happened, and I feel like I've built the relationship with those around me that I can tell people what I need, and that they have my back. But that then means that I have their back when they need it, and it's empowered. I hear it. I've empowered people around me to say, to feel good about telling their teams what they need because they see it in leadership. And so it has to be authentic. The culture has to be authentic. It can't just be something you talk about once a year. It can't be something that you get up at town hall and everyone cheers. It's not a cult, as you said. It has to be real, and you need to have people at all kind of stages in their career who are embodying it and who are living it and are showing what that culture means. So I think it's relationships, and it's a people-driven culture.
Thank you. Tracy, you also give a lot of thought to balance stress and burnout because, these are, if you can address those for people or help them to alleviate it, you can retain them for a lot longer. And part of your philosophy is working to prevent the normalization of busy culture, as you put it. What do you mean by that?
So I think there's this tendency when, as soon as you ask someone, how are you, the answer is, oh, I'm so busy. And it's a natural reaction everyone has. And we have tried to create an environment where we are managing how busy people are. I know that sounds incredibly basic, but that we've intentionally tried to manage that, and also to normalize behavior, which is that people have lives outside of work. So that it is totally normal for us that we have, say, people who are walking out at 3 o'clock because they need to get to daycare pickup. And that's okay, and that's not unusual or abnormal. That is every Wednesday. And making that normal and part of our culture, and understanding that everyone is going to have other people's backs and they're going to fill in for others when there's something that's going on or when someone is busy. We do that intentionally by actually projecting out how much work everyone has on a weekly basis, so we can balance out that workload for the entire team to ensure that we don't have those moments where people are feeling incredibly overwhelmed. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen. People get stressed and they feel overwhelmed, and we manage through that. But we try to put steps in place to ensure that that's not happening on a regular basis, so that we get away from that language of, oh my God, I'm so busy, I'm so stressed all the time, because it's not helpful or productive, and it actually makes people actually less productive in their day-to-day because they're not feeling happy or supported.
And would you say that that goes for people who maybe don't have childcare issues or aging parents? Maybe they just want to work out. Maybe they just, they're single and they want just some time for themselves.
Oh, definitely. Like, we've tried to create a culture that is productive for working parents, but we have people with puppies, and it's important to get home to walk your puppy. Like, whatever you have in your life that is important to you is important. So we've tried to create a culture that facilitates that and makes it so that people can balance between, I don't like that term work-life balance, but that can create that balance between getting their work done and also doing everything else that's important to them.
Terrific. I think we have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. If anyone has any, maybe wait for the microphone if you have a question. Okay, in the front.
So I'll start with a real-world example. I'm a father of a 18-year-old who is about to finish her first year of university. I spend most of my waking hours making sure she is equal to or greater than everything else in front of or around her. I feel as a dad, it's important for me to make that pronouncement and provide that support on an ongoing basis, but what can she expect from the business community to support her goals? She's studying marketing. She wants to be a marketing manager, but to support those goals, for a community or an environment or a company to show you are important, your goals are important, we value your ambition, we value your drive. I'm doing what I can do at home, but I'm a dad. I'm not the business environment per se. How does the environment, or how could the environment support her to become what she wants to be tomorrow?
Katie, do you want to take that one?
Sure, okay. I think that, she may not get it right in her first job, but finding the right team who sees her potential and invests in her, who you work for, particularly early in your career, is really important. And so if you don't get it right at first, you need to look around at the organization that you're at and decide if it's just a boss problem, or maybe you need to be at a different company. But if she does get it right at first, she should expect that she is at a company that sees her potential and that invests in her. And so you're not going to, come out of university or out of high school or college and start at the top. But if you're willing to work, the company around you should be finding ways to mentor, to coach you, to give you experiences that will help you develop. And when you ask for those opportunities, that is candid and able to talk to you about what you can expect, and is in it for the long haul. Particularly with young people starting their career, the potential there is immense. And I think about George Weston, we have formal and informal mentorship programs. We have all sorts of training and development focused on people who are starting their career, who are maybe halfway through their career, who are starting to manage other people, for people that are moving into executive roles. The investment that we make into ensuring that development and those opportunities, I call them at-bats, that you're getting those at-bats, is extremely intentional. We sit as a leadership team and we talk about people and we talk about the opportunities they're getting, and that's what she should expect. And if that's what's going to help her, flourish in her career. And if you're not getting that after a year or two, you need to think about, why not and where you're working.
Can I know we're out of time.
30 seconds.
I have 30 seconds. I'm going to use it. Ensure that all the spaces that she interacts in maintains her confidence. And that, as a dad, as her biggest cheerleader, that's something that you can do. And I want to just broaden the conversation as well, because we were talking about physical spaces, but one of the spaces that also we have to be aware of is online. And at the Canadian Women's Foundation, we've just introduced brand new research on this. You can go to our website at canadianwomen.org to take a look, and there are resources and tools there for workplaces and individuals to support that, because that's a space that is increasingly unsafe for women, for gender diverse people, for people with intersectionality, and I believe that we have to do what we can to protect people wherever they are, in person or online as well.
Thanks, Mitzi. This time went really quickly. I could talk about this all day, but we have to leave it here. Please join me in thanking Helena, Katie, Tracy, and Mitzi for taking the time to share their insights today. I'm going to turn things over to Dio now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I was listening intently in the back, and I was tasked to come up with some things that kind of stuck with me. And so much was said there. Here are some things that stuck. Sticky culture. I liked that. How did you think? Did you guys hear that one? Sticky culture? No one heard it? Okay, I'm just telling you what stuck for me, because I'm going to ask in 2 minutes a couple of you what stuck for you. So sticky culture, development at bats. So you have to know baseball to know what that one's about. Intersectionality matters. The menopause penalty. That's one I'm probably going to be talking to friends about, like, in the break. And the motherhood penalty. Those were some that stuck for me. I don't know if I can put the house lights up a bit. Was there anyone who heard something that kind of resonated that you're going to take into the networking break? Yes, ma'am. You were going to get the mic to you. But please state your name and business.
Hi, my name's Shaharan. I'm from RWL, representing RWL. I think one of the things that stuck out for me the most is how all of these women, including the moderator, including yourself, how you guys unapologetically take space. I think it's very important to command presence in rooms where, you walk in and people are like, who are you and are you supposed to be the leader? I think it's something that I feel all the time, because I got promoted to management at 24. I've had to lead women who are like in their 60s, men who are in their 70s, and they always look at you like, are you honestly going to tell me how to do my job?
Yes, the answer is yes.
And the answer is yes. I'm like,
yes.
I'm not going to tell you how to do the day-to-day, but I'm for sure going to tell you how to think about your job. Like, that's what, and it's difficult to do that. It's difficult to command presence as a young person. It's more difficult to command presence as a woman. And all of you guys are just incredible.
Thank you. But look at how you commanded presence right there.
Thank you.
That's awesome. Thanks. On this side of the room, was there anyone that had heard something at the way back? Number 19, table 19 at the back. Really cool to hear feedback. Thank you for that. That's very kind. And when I come back from the break, you'll hear more about how young I was when I started to think about commanding presence. We'll get to that. But yeah, table 19.
Hi, thank you. My name is Karen Jackson. I'm the CEO of On Time Bride, which is a new tech startup, so thank you for that. But what really stuck out for me was when Tracy at Paradigm said to celebrate their personal milestones as well as their career milestones, and that really helped with retention. And that really stood out to me.
Definitely. Part of my practice in my business is to have a chat on Mondays where we talk about just about everything. Milestones with the boyfriend, milestones with work, family, or anything like that. So that definitely stuck out to me too. Thanks for that. We're going to be this is in the morning, in these types of things, people don't really talk, so I have to try to pull it out, but I think something's working because we have one more, maybe time for one more, and then we're going to go to break. Very exciting. The room's warming up. And I'm also interested in if there are online topics too. Table, hello, what's your name?
Hi, I'm Natalia Becker. I'm an executive coach and team facilitator for organization going through growth and pivots. And really what stuck out to me is concentrating on development path, no more plans. I personally, as an executive coach, I always see higher percentage of women with development plans. They're so committed to their own growth, but what they need is someone actually advocating for them. Someone paving the path, someone be the ally and the sponsor. So I thought that was really bright to really start talking about path in the big executive tables and not just plans.
Thank you so much for that. That's great. Thanks. Really glad that you all got something from this. The next thing I'm hoping that you all do is talk to each other outside during your networking break and also purchase a little or take a look at the Her Market. It's an organization that supports and provides a platform for women-owned businesses, and we're really happy to have them here today. You're going to see different things that you can buy if you're thinking about Mother's Day or Godmother's Day or Auntie's Day. This is the time to think about it. And enjoy your 25 minutes. But before you go, when we come back, I'm always interested in, this is a professional event for sure, but when you come back, I want to know that you met somebody and found something interesting about them. Not necessarily work stuff. We're here to talk about work stuff, but I'm interested about meeting someone here who have met someone new and maybe learned about their dog. Anything. No, seriously. We have lives outside of work. Let's talk about that. So I'm going to be reaching out to see who has met a few people when we come back. Enjoy the break. Welcome back to those online. For everyone who is posting online, please remember the hashtag #GlobeWomenLead and use that in your posts. How was the networking break? Who had the pomegranate juice? That thing was right? That was so good. That refreshed me all the way. So there was an assignment before the break for those who are here live to meet someone and talk to them and learn something. And so I've asked to keep the house lights on. And to see if we could learn something about someone new that someone learned. So there's a woman in the pink at the back. Woman in the pink in the back who's chatting. Hello, woman in the pink at the back. I wasn't kidding when I said I was coming back to you. So when we were chatting during the break, I kind of walked around and learned that people were chatting indeed. What did you learn about your colleague at your table that was interesting, new, and that you might be able to keep a new networking buddy?
One of the colleagues at my table is volunteering at the Toronto Victim Services.
At which service, sorry?
Toronto Victim Services.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I want to commend her for that because I think it's beautiful. She said she has 2 kids, I think, and she still makes the time to do that. So I think dedicating your time to something like that is really amazing.
That's great. That's awesome. Do we know her name, though? They're exchanging names to make sure.
Yeah, so Penny? Penny?
Penny, awesome. That's amazing. There was also a group here in the middle who did not want to come on, and that's okay, because not everyone's up for the chit-chat. But they got to learn each other's roles because they work in different departments and got to learn about each other's departments. So that was interesting. Did anyone else meet someone, learn something that they wanted to share? I think you learned something about your colleague next to you. Sir. Yes. You can use my, why don't you come up? Oh, it's coming for you, there.
Hi, this is Steve from Illumin, one of the sponsors. I learned something about my table mate, Shalene, and her prolific journalism work. We talked about keeping politicians honest with the hard-hitting questions and not letting them skate the issues. And I learned that she spends a lot of time, and she's very passionate about making sure that the people who are receiving the news and information do so with correct information.
Very nice. Shalene, thank you. Good to meet you. It's a bit of a spoiler because I've known Shalene for a while, to be honest. Shalene's someone who I've known for about, well, if I tell you the amount of time, then you would get into my age and all of that, but for a while now. And our next topic is about ageism. And Shalene and I have known each other at the early parts of our career. And I think she's one of the few people who could verify that for me, as a young person, I was really ready to do anything, pretty much. I was someone who would stomp my foot and say I was vital. I'm a vital woman that can do anything, as I wasn't fearful of much in my younger days. So as a result, when I was at CBC, I was one of the younger staff members. So I know we usually talk about ageism on the older side of things, but as the younger crew and the younger castmate of the team at the time, I was the one that was told, oh, she's young and vital. She stomps around like she's young and vital. Let her go out in the cold and interview this person. Let her go and do all of the young people things. How many of us on either side of life, whether you are younger or older, have experienced ageism? Because that's what we're going to talk about next. I think most hands go up, and I see a woman nodding with glasses in the white at the back, next to a woman in green. In what way did you experience ageism? And I think they're just getting the microphone over to you. And again, it can go whether older or younger or everything in between. Shalene, would you say that was an accurate depiction? Was I stomping my foot around? I was? Were you embarrassed by me at the time? She was embarrassed by me sometimes when I did this. Okay, with this woman in the white at the back.
Hi. So I would say I've experienced it on both ends. So when I first starting out in my sure.
Hi.
When I was first starting out in my career, it was I'm the young one with no family obligations, etc. I can work the late hours, take the later shifts, do all of those things, which you do to build your career and gain trust. Now that I'm 50.
Woohoo! All right. Okay.
It's a little harder to find opportunities, and people do consider age and the fact that I have children and wonder if I can put in the time, the years, etc., to build a career in a new place. So,
which, according to our discussion today, is a benefit that you have kids in some ways. I mean, you're at 50 with children and a full career. You're bringing perspectives into the workplace that are necessary for everyone to understand. So that you're experiencing that is a concern. On this side of the room, I didn't get to see who else said they've experienced ageism. Is there anyone here who has experienced it, is open to sharing a little bit about this side or this side, about what they have endured? Such a quiet room. No one wants to admit to ageism but the woman in the back. Hello. What's your name? And sorry, I didn't catch your name in this. Amira. Now we're joined by...
Hi, my name is Lauren, and I am the CEO of the Farley Group. Before I became CEO of the company, I had experienced concern around my age and also my gender. So the two main reasons for concern of whether or not I could do the job effectively were my age, being 37 at the time, and the fact that I was a woman. So,
what's the problem with 37?
Too young.
Too young to lead at 37?
Too young, or concern of being too young to lead in a male-dominated industry. And how would I be able to lead group of men in an industry that was all male dominated.
I feel like the story is just getting started here. We don't have a chance to go through all of it, but how did it all kind of end in the end?
The end result was that I did come into the role, and I mean, it's challenging, starting off on that foot in a company that was largely all men. My response at the time was, I've worked in male-dominated industries my whole life, my whole career. I've been in manufacturing, and I never really thought about it until that moment, until someone said something. And now, 4 years later, we're growing rapidly, and we have a great culture, and it's all worked out really well. So
because you led the way.
Right.
Okay, that's it. Awesome. So we're gonna thank you for sharing that. It's hard to talk about these things sometimes, but it's important to understand how ageism affects all of us, because it will affect us at either side of life. And we're going to hear more about it in the next panel. We're going to hear from Dr. Rumit Bilan. She's the CEO of Viewpoint Leadership and an award-winning, internationally recognized entrepreneur, learning architect, and speaker. Welcome, Rumit. I think she's in the back. And then we're also going to have Laura Williams, as they're coming up, who is a lawyer, workplace strategist, and educator. She has built 2 highly respected firms, Williams HR Law and Williams HR Consulting, and she's focused on human resource law and consulting advice, and they're going to discuss ageism a little more. Thank you, and have a great chat.
Thank you. Why, thank you. So great to be with everyone this morning, and it's so important to have this conversation on ageism. We were listening in naturally to some of the, well, first of all, we saw the show of hands. Ageism is something that's prevalent, that impacts us in all facets of our lives. It's not often talked about because it intersects with other issues often, so it can get, that lead gets buried. And that's why I'm so happy that this particular session is part of your programming today. And I'm particularly thrilled to be joined by my dear friend, Dr. Rumit Bilan. We've shared stages together, talking about a lot of different issues over the years. And we both come to this issue with specific lenses of expertise. Rumit, of course, as a PhD, has studied many things that intersect with the workplace and leadership and women's issues, and ageism is something that she has significant expertise in, having conducted specific research on it. From my lens in dealing with leaders in the workplace context, and also having the legal lens as well in dealing with organizations and strategizing a lot of the really complex issues of today's times, I have a particular lens as well. But we also both have lived experience. We're both entrepreneurs, and we're both from certain generations. I'm a Gen Z. Okay, if you believe that. Just thought I'd float that. But really to dive into the issue, just given the limited time that we have, I want to ask you first, I'd like to call you Dr. Bilan, but I will call you Rumit. Just in terms of your research, and to level set for us conceptually, what is ageism and how does it manifest?
Thank you, Laura, and good morning, everyone. Everyone joining online, good morning to you as well. We've got 400 people online and I think 300 people in the room. So welcome, and similar to you, I'm very excited that we're talking about this because it's an important topic to talk about. And so what is ageism? According to the World Health Organization, ageism is defined as the stereotypes, so how we think, prejudice, how we feel, and discrimination, how we act towards others or ourselves based on age. And so what it comes down to really are those false perceptions, the assumptions, and the stereotypes that we have. Now, I want to talk a little bit about how it manifests, because what we know is that it manifests both professionally as well as personally, and it has an impact on workplace culture. So let's talk a little bit about how it manifests professionally. And what we know is that women experience perhaps they don't get that promotion because there are assumptions made about their age. They're too young, they're too old, or maybe they don't get access to professional development opportunities because there's an assumption made that, they're going to be leaving the workforce soon. Do we really want to upskill them? Or you don't get added on to that high-profile project. or there are assumptions made about your proficiency or adaptability to technology. So we know that it really does manifest in the workplace in various different ways in all stages of our career. And we also know it manifests personally. Right? If we think about, I remember years ago, I was doing my PhD and everyone kept asking me, well, why are you still in school? And I would half joke and say, because I want people to stop asking me why I'm not married yet, right? And I was half joking at that, like I was busy, I'm in school. And thinking about like when you're looking for a partner, does ageism play a role in that? We're not talking about dating today, right, Laura? Like that's, no?
No.
No, okay. So off the table.
We could.
No, that time, we're going to get kicked off. So, but think about that for a second in terms of how we view ourselves, right? How we view ourselves, how we feel about ourselves. Some of us change our appearance to try to look younger, guilty, or try to look older, guilty, or try to look that right age, right? To fit societal expectations. And interestingly, it's called the pink tax. The price that women pay, whether it's monetary or time, to change our physical appearances to meet those societal expectations. And we asked our respondents, why do you think this is so prevalent? And one respondent said, because ageism is the most socially acceptable form of discrimination.
Before I ask you about prevalence, and I do want to share, because it's dawned on me very recently that how I've played into ageism and ageist stereotypes. So my running joke for years as a lawyer, not wanting to have my expertise and experience diminished, I came up with this joke, I'm not a natural redhead, I'm actually a silver fox. People would laugh, but I would question myself, why did I do that? It's because I wanted people to take me seriously in, at the time, a very male-dominated industry. And, I know that for lawyers in particular, experience usually is a function of time. I've modified the joke and I just leave it with, I'm a natural redhead. But anyway.
Gen Z too.
That's right. Let's talk about prevalence. How prevalent is ageism?
It's prevalent. It's happening. And what's interesting is when we think about ageism, we think about those who have been in the workforce for a number of years, but it's happening to everyone. Most prevalent in the early years of going into the workforce or in the later years, 21 years plus. But what's interesting about that is you can talk about it from age, but there are people who decided not to go into the workforce, they raised their kids and then decided to go into the workforce. Or we know that there's some great articles out there where Gen Z is looking at micro-retirements, and those who are retired are looking to come back into the workforce. So there's a lot happening right now as it relates to age and when we enter the workforce, when we leave the workforce, what we decide to do. We know that it's prevalent and we know that it's having an impact on individuals, specifically women.
And I can certainly, testify to that in the work that I do in the workplace context. That ageism is definitely a thing, and a thing that oftentimes, as I mentioned before, that a lot of organizations and leaders, that they don't really check themselves with respect to acknowledging or recognizing that they are making decisions with that ageist lens or bias.
Yeah, absolutely.
So in terms of just in terms of specific impact on women entrepreneurs, what would you say in terms of prevalence?
I think that's a great question. So I want to talk about kind of the impact on women, and then we'll get into entrepreneurs specifically.
Right.
So what we found through our survey, 55% of women said that they had lower self-confidence because of their experience with ageism. We had 2/3 that said that they had higher levels of stress because of ageism, because we need more stress in our lives, right? 51% said that they had a negative impact, or ageism had a negative impact on their mental health. Just over 50%, 52% said that they felt a lack of belonging at work. And if we look at that, if I don't feel like I belong at work, I'm going to have one foot out the door. And that's an issue with retention for organizations, right? I'm going to feel alienated. I am going to underperform. I'm going to be burnt out. So it's very, very real. Now, I want to touch on the entrepreneurs piece because it's important. Interestingly, our respondents said many of them said, well, I just left the workplace and I started my own company, right? I became an entrepreneur. Just a show of hands, any entrepreneurs in the room? I think we've got quite a bit. We've got quite a bit of entrepreneurs. Thank you for that. So our respondents said, well, I didn't want to deal with ageism in the workplace, so I went and started my own company, only then to recognize that they were experiencing ageism as entrepreneurs, right? They weren't escaping that, it was just a different lens. Now, I've been an entrepreneur for 21 years with 3 companies. I've successfully exited 2 companies, and I still run one of them. And I can tell you years ago, so over 21 years ago, being an entrepreneur in every stage of kind of my career, I have experienced ageism. And in the beginning, no one took me seriously. And like these were the days where like Susie Shear had the suits. Like I was the one in the business suit from suit, like that was a thing. No one took me seriously, and what was fascinating is I was trying to get these meetings, and I wouldn't get the meetings. And then I got an award. And the meetings I wasn't getting, all of a sudden, I started getting those meetings. And I really struggled with this, and I'll tell you why. Because I sat with this thought, and I distinctly remember this. I am the exact same person I was a week ago when you said no. And now all of a sudden, you are going to make time out of your schedule to have a meeting with me. And this wasn't just one, this was a couple. And that was the biggest realization for me, where I had to take a step back. And it's like, I'm going to say the exact same things I was going to say to you a week ago. The difference wasn't that I changed. The difference was their perception of me changed based on some external validation. And what I recognized at that point as an entrepreneur is whether we like it or not, we're playing this game of perception. Right? How someone else perceives me, they're going to determine whether or not they're going to meet with me. They're going to determine whether or not they're going to give me professional development opportunities. Am I worthy enough for that promotion? Not based on my competencies or capabilities, but perhaps what age I am, right? And so that was a big realization. Like, I'm the same person, but your perception of me changed. And we do play this perception game. We can talk about social media, but it is a game, and we get to choose how we want to play that.
So in the context of your research, how do you tease out the intersectional factors, such as being a young woman or a young racialized woman? Like, how do you or an older racialized woman, how do you tease out the impact of age versus the other characteristics?
That's such an important question. And to answer that, I would actually like to read out specific quotes, if it's okay with you. And then, Laura, I've got a question for you following that, okay? Because we're going to get to it. So I'm going to read specific quotes, and we're going to talk about intersectionality. I was told, I know I need to hire a woman for our senior leadership team. However, can you stop bringing resumes with women at the end of the runway? I want someone young, hungry, and preferably single with experience. Oh, there's more. There's more, friends. I was told by an executive recruiter that women should retire after 50 because they are no longer marketable. Now intersectionality, because our respondents talked about that as well, right? And intersectionality, it's I can identify with a specific gender, I'm a specific age, race. There's all these different factors that impact my lived experience. And one of our respondents said, ageism is so intertwined with sexism, so it's hard to separate the two. The perfect age in the workplace for a woman is a perpetual 34 years old. But that's too young to be in the C-suite or in a senior position. Women of color need to be older, but still look full of vitality. And I'll leave you with this quote on that as well. Leaders might say they want diversity, but what they want is the look of diversity, not the actual voices of diversity. So Laura, I'm going to kind of throw the question out at you because there's a lot happening in our world right now, a lot daily, and thank you Globe and Mail for always keeping us updated with the news. And when we think about discrimination, and when we think about ageism specifically, is it a priority for organizations?
You know, in the current era that we're in, where everything for employers feels to be on fire, what often happens is things don't become a priority until they become a crisis. That's just the way things are right now. So I would say, and I mentioned it earlier, that ageism really is an ism that often gets buried when it comes to exposing discrimination in the workplace context, because oftentimes other isms that it intersects with are more prominent, and those are the ones that, in most cases, a lot of employees will pursue. However, I believe it was around 2020 or 2021 with the Lisa LaFlamme issue, when she exited her employment as a broadcaster, and it was, thought it was because she went gray and she looked older. And that really put a spotlight on the issue. And it really did, in many cases, cause employees who were more inclined to latch on to other protected grounds under human rights legislation to really question, well, am I being let go because of my age? Or am I being demoted or not being given opportunities to join teams that are working on some really innovative projects because of my age? So we have seen more of a focus on ageism in recent years, and also more of a focus of on ageism by employers by function of the fact that the labor market is really tight. And so, whereas earlier on, I would say maybe about 4 years ago, when a lot of employers were had their knees knocking and were anticipating doom and gloom with respect to the prospects of them being able to stabilize and recalibrate and move forward. When they were looking at contracting, a lot of times they were looking towards the older end of the spectrum with respect to their workforce. But the labor market's tight. And so employers are thinking and rethinking how they can leverage oftentimes the really impactful insights and just the value that workers on the older end of the spectrum bring in terms of institutional knowledge or just even experience, and frankly, the fear that they're not going to be as technologically savvy can be satisfied by training in many cases, but also, let's face it, the way that the technology is going right now, it's making a lot of jobs more efficient, and it's very intuitive and easy for a lot of employees that employers would otherwise think wouldn't be able to shimmy up the learning curve, that they're able to adapt and figure it out. And this stereotype that older workers are less valuable is something that is being debunked in some ways out of necessity. And again, not to focus on ageism only impacting older workers, because that is certainly not the case. But that actually is oftentimes that's where people lean when they think about ageism. Yes. So I actually wanted to lob a question back to you, Ramit, with respect to how ageism impacts women. Looking at the full spectrum of their career, from young employees, mid-level kind of career, and then when they get on the older end of the spectrum.
Mm-hmm. And interestingly, when we did our pre-call, we were debating around, do we use the words young, old, mid-career, entry-level, right? Because it's all relative. And I think that in itself is an interesting question. And we start off by talking about the fact that we experience ageism kind of all throughout, right? As we're entering into the workforce, is it, okay, does she have enough experience, right? Can she be a leader? Can she lead the team? And then going in, it's like, okay, well, is she getting married? Does she have a partner? Are they looking to have kids? What does that mean in terms of maternity? Like, there's all these things that come into play. And respondents said there's never a right age. And I remember one quote that came out, and I was 40 when I read this quote, and it said, "We are irrelevant at the age of 40." And I was looking, I was like, what? And it kept coming up, this irrelevance when you're 40. And no, you're not irrelevant when you're 40. But
I rebuke that.
Yeah. Me too. I was quite offended, but it's not that you're irrelevant, it's how they were made to feel. Right? And so as I was talking about how it manifests, it again could be that you're not given those professional development opportunities. You're not put on that case that's going to take 2 years because you might go and have a child with your partner, right? There are all these assumptions that come into play, and they could be false assumptions. Maybe you're going to choose not to have a child. Maybe you're going to make other choices, but that's none of their business. And so it happens, and that's the biggest thing I think is we need to remember it happens throughout your career. Early on, in the middle of it, as you're looking to exit, and then when you exit, you may come back. And so employers need to understand that this person may bring institutional knowledge or different types of experiences. And I want to go back to you because we're talking about ageism, and thank you for your answer in terms of, is it a priority? I respect that, things aren't a priority right now unless it's a crisis, but the question was posed to the audience, and virtually as well, how many of you have experienced ageism? So the question becomes, are there legal ramifications?
There are legal ramifications, certainly, because age is a protected ground under virtually all human rights legislation. And so if there are decisions made that adversely impact employees and they can be connected to age, then that would be considered discrimination for human rights purposes. So there are legal rights consequences, there are protections that employees have. And one thing that is, and I don't know if the session has happened as yet, but one of the things that is really important to also acknowledge is the fact that a lot of employers are also not being as cautious as they otherwise would be with respect to some of the work that they've done to advance equity in the workplace, just because we're in an era of equity backlash. And it is something to acknowledge, because the corresponding aspect of that is that a lot of individuals and employees are hypervigilant with respect to their rights being violated, particularly when their rights are manifested as inequities to access to opportunities within the workplace. So we're in a time right now where we're seeing a lot more escalations through human rights avenues. The Ontario Human Rights Tribunal is under a tremendous backlog, as has been the case for years, but significantly over the past number of years. So if something doesn't escalate by way of human rights proceeding, then it could escalate by way of, let's say if somebody is let go from employment and they suspect it's a function of their age, they determine that because when they look at if they were the only one that was let go and they're at the older end of the spectrum within their workplace, or if they are within a cohort of individuals that are let go and that cohort happens to all be at the older end of this spectrum, oftentimes they will take a run at making a human rights complaint through a civil litigation procedure. So a wrongful dismissal that includes allegations that their human rights have been violated as well.
So should we talk about solutions before it gets there?
Why, I think we should.
Okay. Do you want me to start?
I'm happy to start. I'm going to give you the last word.
Okay.
Oh, well, maybe.
Laura, how do we fix this?
Well, I think from an employer perspective, because oftentimes, my day in and day out involves providing leaders with strategies to deal with all of the complexities of today's workforce. So one of the things employers don't do well, typically, is they don't really assess the roles that they have and the value that those roles actually contribute to the work to be performed. Mm-hmm. And by not doing that, then it's very easy to slip into our biases and to stereotypical thinking as to what value looks like. If you have well-defined roles and you understand what contributions you need in terms of responsibilities to make the things happen that your organization is pursuing, then it's easier to see the value and in terms of the individuals that you're either trying to attract or that you're trying to retain. So oftentimes, again, employees get the short end of the stick in terms of their contributions being valued because the employer hasn't fleshed them out adequately. Kind of companion to that is a lot of employers aren't conducting workforce planning, right, and including succession planning. And so there's a lot of things that can be done preemptively to really take stock of who is needed to perform the work at hand, and also to take stock of who you have and the value they bring to the work that needs to be performed. And again, this is something that I find that a lot of employers or leaders aren't doing as much as they should.
Wow, thank you for that. So I'm going to add to that, and usually when I do research, I don't like just talking about the problem, but I like to ask those who have experienced the issue that we're talking about what they think the potential solutions are. So I'm going to share some of that, and I'm also going to add on to it. And so the first thing is to raise awareness. right? To raise awareness, training and development around that. Because here's the thing, just because we're not talking about it doesn't mean it's not happening. We can sweep things under the rug, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's happening, right? So raise awareness, talk about it, because it is happening. Number two, our respondent said, implement preventative policies, which I absolutely agree with. We need policies, but a policy is a policy. We also need to hold people accountable. And whether that's CEO, HR, like everybody needs to be held accountable. There can't be different rules for different roles. And a question that I often get when we're talking about this topic is, well, what if it's HR that's doing it? Or what if it's the CEO that's doing it? And if you have that question, she is the best person to ask that question to during lunch break. But my point there is that we need to hold everyone accountable to the same standard. It's not enough just to have a policy. Policies are great, but if we don't act on them, what's the point of the policy to begin with? And the third thing, so our respondents talked about mentorship and having reciprocal mentorship opportunities, and I'm going to add to it. One of my friends, Steph Mancini from Intuit, is here, and we talked about this fact that it's not just about mentorship, and she had said, she's like, it's about sponsorship as well. And I'm going to quote you, Steph, and Steph said, I've been mentored to death, sponsored by no one, right? And it's true. So yes, mentorship is very important, and reciprocal mentorship is important, but so is sponsorship. Are we saying the names of those who we find to get the work done and who are incredible? Are we saying their names in rooms full of opportunities? I know I am, because I have that choice.
You do.
Right? And it's important for me to do that, because that's how, regardless of age or however they identify, that's incredibly important to be a champion. So it's not just reciprocal mentorship, important, also sponsorship. And the last piece I'll leave you with is when we're talking about recruitment and when we're talking about hiring and when we're talking about promotions, it's not about age, it's about capabilities. Right? It's about that person, their competencies. And the last story I'll share is my last hire that I did. I was hiring for a role, and I had the role title, and I had offered her the position, and she came back and she challenged me. And she said, well, you're saying it's all these things, but that's actually not this title, that's more of this title, and that would come with the higher pay. And I sat back, and it's like, yes, she's right. Like, she's right. And I remember, she may or may not be in the room right now, but I remember in that meeting, I said to her, I'm like, look, if all this work gets done, you can call yourself CEO. I don't care what you call yourself, as long as the work gets done, because for me, it's not about titles related to age, it's about, are we getting the important work done? Is it getting completed? And that was my best hire that I've ever done, and it just exceeded expectations. And I respected the fact that she challenged me. And as leaders, I encourage you to be challenged, because we don't have all the right answers, and sometimes we might be missing something with our biases. And here's the thing, I have false perceptions too, right? I have biases, I have stereotypes based on, but sometimes I'm just not aware. And so be open to being challenged, provide your feedback, and when something happens, talk about it, because you're likely not the only one that's experiencing it as well.
Of course, I said I was going to give you the last word, but I'm a lawyer after all, so I'll take it.
She's not. I already knew. No, I already knew that.
No, I do have to double down on something that you said around education, which is where you started, and it's so important. And you kind of went full circle to where I wanted to just double down on the point that we do have to also educate ourselves and recognize that this is a phenomenon that is playing out in all aspects of society and certainly in the workplace, and we experience it as entrepreneurs. And to check ourselves in terms of where we might be holding ourselves back and playing into it. So I shared that joke kind of tongue-in-cheek about I'm trying to pass myself off as a natural redhead, I'm actually a silver fox. But there's something that when you have these, when you're playing into the stereotypes, yes, it was a great opener and a great icebreaker to conversations, but it also from an internal perspective, I'm also acknowledging in some ways that at that stage, I'm not good enough. right? And that's the thing that cuts through all of us, and we have to check that at times. And one of the things that you also mentioned, Ramit, with respect to how it manifests at different stages of our careers, I mean, think about, you know, mid-level, mid-career women who may wish to start their families. Oftentimes, that ends up with them being shelved or stalled in their careers, as opposed to men, when they're having children, they're fighting for a raise, right? And they're acknowledged that now, yes, their provider instinct is kicked in, and so they often do get increases within the workplace. So there's certain things that we do also need to lean into, such as our negotiation acumen, you know, checking our worth, and making sure that we're not selling ourselves short, because unfortunately, as women, we disproportionately tend to do that.
I'm not going to add to that because that was brilliant. Thank you,
All
Laura.
right. Well, thank you, Ramit. We actually have just a little under 2 minutes to take a question, maybe two. If you do have a question in the room, if you can raise your hand so that a microphone can be brought to you. And if there are any questions online, perhaps Lisa, if you can read them out for us.
Hi, I actually have a question about this exact topic because from a hiring side, you hear a lot of biases, right? Like millennials have an amazing work ethic and people in their 60s are going to make your life easier, but you hire Gen Z and they'll make your life so much harder. And it's because I have a diverse team, I have all age groups, I see that at the end of the day, it's not about the age, it's about the individual. And I have people who are in their early 20s, master's kids, who are so dedicated. But I also have people who are going to retire this year, and they work so hard because they're dedicated. And the similarity in them is not gender, anything, it's the work ethic. So my question to you guys is, how do you as leaders coach upper management that, hey, I need, it's not about the age, it's not about the individual, it's not about the confirmation bias, that I value your experience, I know that you've seen it, but how do I coach them to kind of understand this mindset that it has to be about the individual?
So Laura, I'm going to get you to, you'll take the question, but I want to add to what it is that you're saying. And I agree with what you're saying. It's not age, it's the individual. But I want to add something that we don't talk about. And that is, and I know you're going to talk about it later this afternoon, is you have no idea what someone else is going through. We don't know if they've had, and I could, like last year I had a health scare, and we have those, and that completely changed my perspective on things like work, where I spend my time, who I spend my time with, and so on. So that dedication, that work ethic, we can't make those assumptions, and we do make those assumptions based on generations, and we're wrong to do that. And so everything that you've said, I want to add on to that we don't know what someone else is going through in their personal lives, and hey, it's none of our business either. But we can't equate their work ethic to something specific without knowing that piece. And so, Laura, how do we coach?
We have to be coached. Again, this kind of tethers nicely to what I just said before we took the question, is that we have to be coached to continually check our biases, right? Because, you know, well, and again, as I mentioned, with the labor market being what it is, there are some pressures on particularly employers to think outside of what to them would be outside of the box in terms of talent. So I am seeing, in terms of my experience in working with leaders, I am seeing that there is a heightened awareness to the fact that we can't just, you know, put people in boxes by virtue of generation. I mean, my 96-year-old mother lives with me, and she published a book at 92. Right, which just means I'll be living forever, or working forever, maybe hopefully living forever. But no, really the coaching piece is, it comes down to education around bias awareness and how to, don't make rash decisions. Really ask, why am I making this decision? You know, what is it that ultimately I'm seeking to achieve? And a lot of why nots. Why not this person? And there's different techniques and strategies, but it really comes down to education and feathering the brake when we're making decisions, particularly when we notice we're starting to veer into stereotypical thinking.
And adding to that, asking ourselves, what information am I missing? What am I, because we are, right? We don't always have the full picture. What information am I missing in this decision or in this hire or as we're going through the promotion piece? We're ahead. We got a stop.
We have to stop. We're in the red zone now, but this is a reality of the two of us getting together and talking. We've done it many times, and the reality of how significant a topic this is.
Mm-hmm.
We saw from the polling at the beginning that it is something that is impacting us, and I think in some cases more than we're aware. But again, hopefully you got some good takeaways from the discussion this morning, and we encourage you to keep the conversation going.
Yes.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Everyone. Whoa. Thank you, Laura and Ramit, for that thought-provoking discussion. I was getting a little bit less nervous about going up on stage, and then Ramit reminded us that there are 300 people in the room and 200 people online, so thank you for that. My name is Maria Postolniak. I'm a staff reporter with the Globe and Mail, and I'm really excited to be moderating our next session. We're going to be chatting about how employers can attract, retain, and empower Gen Z women as they continue to enter the workforce, so no small feat. We have two great speakers to tackle this topic who know it inside out, so let's introduce them. We have Linda Dang. Linda is the CEO of Sakoshi Mart, one of Canada's top growing women-led companies. Welcome, Linda. Thank you for joining us. Also joining us is Victoria Sicilia. She's the Director of Consultation and Engagement, Corporate and Public Affairs with the Environics Research Institute. Welcome, Victoria. Thank you both for being here. Victoria, let's start with you. You're a young woman in the workplace. You are, I think, tail end Gen Z or millennial. So could you start off by sharing some of your personal experiences and reflections on what young women are valuing and prioritizing in the workplace right now?
For sure. And before I start, I just want to preface this with saying I'm 3 weeks off of a maternity leave, so I've been changing diapers and singing Baby Beluga and Head, Shoulders, Knees, Toes for a year, so just apologies if my corporate lingo's a little slow right now. But yes, I am a millennial, so I'm not a Gen Z. However, we do a lot of research on Gen Z, and through that research, as well as my own experience being a mentor for Gen Z in work, I think there are 3 major things that really drive engagement and interest in work. So the first thing we see is centered around the ability for employers to set goals, be vocal about goals, and work with Gen Z women around those goals in their careers, and I'll dive into those. The second is around the importance of understanding purpose and meaning making that is so essential for Gen Z in their careers, around their careers, outside of their careers. And third is a need for openness and creativity when it comes to seeing how Gen Z can advance and move their careers. So to start off with the first one, I think gone are the days where young women will sit at their desks and just hope and dream of the day that a promotion might come and that their hard work will be viewed and hopefully someone will notice me. That's not really the mindset anymore, and I think you might notice that what happens is young women will work in a role 1, 2, 3 years and leave before you could have done anything with them and you wanted to. And often there are senior leadership conversations that are happening around high potential employees, but those high potential employees leave because they didn't know they were high potential employees. They're not at that table. And so I think what's really important to remember is that there's also it's funny, we just had an ageist discussion, there's also a perception of Gen Z being maybe entitled a little bit or deserving of promotions. That conversation I've heard happen before. And I think what we need to remember is that's not what's going on. What's happening is young women want to know their working towards a goal, that there's somewhere they're going. They're not aimless, and they don't have to be there right now. They just need to know that that's in the plans. So an employer needs to work with these young women and say, this is where we see you going. This is where you see yourself going. Here are milestones to get there. Let's work on these together, and you'll get where you want to be. The second is around this idea of meaning making. So you might recognize that if you have Gen Z in your workplace, they probably have a side business or some other little career that they're pursuing on the side. And sure, that can be sometimes financial, but it's usually not. It's really because we know that Gen Z have this need for purpose and meaning in the work that they do and to fill their passion through work. So does this mean that, an employer needs to open up a vintage clothing business on the side so that their Gen Z are interested? No, but it does mean that where you can create purpose, you need to be more intentional about it. So for example, take your philanthropic efforts. A lot of companies donate money to charities and things like that. For Gen Z, that doesn't really hit the mark. There's other ways you can be creative in how you do those sorts of things. So whether you get together for a run or a walk or a climb or whatever it is to raise money, or what's more important is the micro aspect, the community aspect. Having once a month that it doesn't cost an employer much to let their staff take a long lunch break, 2-3 hour lunch break once a month or once a quarter, and let people go volunteer in a soup kitchen together or at a food drive. Gen Z, you don't realize how impactful that is for them, that they're gonna go home to their families, to their friends, and they're gonna say, my employer's so cool, we are in the community all the time doing great work. And suddenly they get purpose in something not even related to their role. They just feel their values align with their employer's values, and they stick around. And my last point is around this openness and creativity idea. So I know you could use the term the parked bus problem, where there are people in senior roles who essentially until they retire, sometimes people in HR in those roles feel, I don't know where to move this young woman because there's no room, I don't know where to put her. I want to put her somewhere, but I don't know where to put her. Those jobs are filled. And it's a huge mistake to think you have to operate within those boxes. You'll notice that Gen Z often go above and beyond what you give them as a job description. They're doing more. They're finding things in the market that are missing for your company. They're finding things that you didn't know were gaps, and they're filling them. And often that's where an opportunity lies, that you can create roles around those opportunities and move them through their careers and help them in ways you didn't know. And I just saw this happen with a young woman who was working in a role, still related to her role. She found a gap. She started filling that gap. She told her boss about the gap. They worked on milestones together. And recently she's just been promoted into a role that didn't exist at the company before. And the company is majorly benefiting from this work that she's doing in this role that she filled. And so I think these are the three main things that I would say young women want and that employers can keep in mind as something different to keep talented young women around in your organization.
And going back to your earlier point about involvement, I remember you shared during some of our initial discussions how there was a CN Tower climb organized, and Gen Z was the one group that signed up.
Yes, so we had a fundraising CN Tower climb, and not to say us, millennials and Gen X, we are fit, we can do the CN Tower climb. If I wanted to, I would have done it, but only Gen Z signed up. And but it's also life stage, it's this chance to get together, and yeah, that was a funny side note that I mentioned, because it's just so true.
And just staying with you for a second, Victoria, you mentioned that Environics has been gathering some research around Gen Z in the workforce. What are some highlights? What have you found?
Yes, so Environics, we actually just did a really big project for a client where we were gathering a lot of data on young Gen Z professional women, so women in the workforce that were Gen Z. And so Environics, just as a side note, we gather something called social values. So social values are essentially the values that drive human behavior. There's a list of over 100 social values that we track. We've tracked them in Canada for over 50 years. And it's basically what drives decision making. So, and feelings and attitudes and drives choice. So let's say instead of asking your employees if they're satisfied or unsatisfied, social values get to the root of why they're satisfied or unsatisfied. So a lot of organizations will use our research to get to know their employees on a more personal level. Of course, one of those cohorts is Gen Z. And so for Gen Z, there were a few social values that came to the top as really important for them when it came to work. And so they might not sound very surprising given what I was just saying, but acceptance and belonging, so feeling like they're accepted and they belong somewhere. Personal challenge towards achievement, so going above and beyond. They're more likely in the value system to go above and beyond their work to achieve something. Adaptability and flexibility, not feeling like they're working within like a really rigid system. And what was most interesting about the research is when you asked Gen Z how they felt their employers were delivering, most people responded that employers are doing really well on making Gen Z feel welcome and accepted. So that's great. The work that's being done there is going a long way. But employers did rate quite poorly on the other areas of like personal challenge towards achievements and flexibility and adaptability. And that kind of speaks back to what I was just saying in terms of those are things that young women are looking for that don't seem obvious as work offerings. It's not like maybe the first topic of conversation, but it's actually what's the real root of what's driving a young woman to say, I love it here and I want to stay here and I want to grow here.
I like that you ended on that note of employers and what they're doing to attract Gen Z talent, because we're going to be moving on to Linda now. First off, congratulations to you and Sakoshi Mart for being one of Canada's top growing women-led companies. It's amazing. Can you please tell me a little bit about Sakoshi Mart? What is the makeup of your workforce like?
Yeah, absolutely. So we started in 2018, and for us, we're an Asian beauty and lifestyle retailer. And from day one when we first started, we were very focused on being, providing modern Asian culture and really giving our customers an experience where it's, trend forward, it's exciting, and it's just something new and authentic. And from there, now we have over 300 employees, stores across Canada, and we're sort of leading our next plans on doing an expansion in the US. So, we're really proud to, have a 95% leadership female-led team. And really that's what's making us really proud because, the females in our workplace, it's not something that, it came natural because for us and for me personally, when I started the business, everything I did was meant to mirror sort of like the customer experience. So it's about making sure, the customer feels supported, making sure that if the environment is inclusive, and also just presenting opportunities to kind of advance in the company. So really, our customers and, our team are brand builders, they're trend shapers, and they're number one product testers. And for us, we carry 5,000 different SKUs, so it's a lot of products to test. So that's really what we're about. Yeah.
That's awesome. And hearing what, I guess, Victoria shared about what Gen Z values in the workforce, does any of that resonate with you? What are you seeing in your own teams?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, everything Victoria said is 100% what sort of we're going through in terms of how we view the Gen Z workplace. What I found as having, once again, kind of like the recurring theme is our customers and our demographics is Gen Z and young millennials, and that's very much the sort of makeup of our workplace. So the values are pretty much the same, and I've seen challenges as an elder millennial growing up. My first job was in sales, so and once again, doing that traditional climbing up the corporate ladder and seeing the challenges that were faced. And oftentimes, it's about really about confidence building, about making sure your team is advocating for you. There's so many aspects of Gen Z in terms of making sure they're seen, they're heard, and also for me, what is oftentimes my team definitely humbles me, is just really they're not afraid to ask why, and that really helps you kind of shape your business because you question yourself sometimes, but in a good way, because you're having discussions and really creating this co-creating environment where it doesn't matter what level of the business you're in, you're always going to have access to your direct management team or even upper management. For me, a clear example is I've started the business in 2018, and some of my sales staff from day one are now brand directors, they're marketing directors, they're retail leaders, and they've stayed with the company since day one. And it was, for some of them, it was their first job. And in a company that's growing really quickly, hiring is just always top of mind, and making sure that we're looking internally, especially with Gen Z. Like a lot of our the people that we're hiring are actually just coming from internal. Yeah.
You talk about a lot of people rising quickly in your company. Can you tell me a little bit about what is the path? Like, what kind of discussions are you having with them, or what sort of mentorship opportunities exist in the workplace that kind of help them rise to the top?
Yeah, for sure. One of my things that I do when kind of meeting someone new is just finding out what are they looking in the long term, right? Just as Victoria mentioned, everyone has a side hustle. So knowing that they have this entrepreneurial spirit, which naturally makes them very out-of-the-box thinkers, they're strategy people, and honing in on that sort of talent and kind of guiding them into positions where they can help themselves for their own career path too. So it's not really directly about the position they're looking for today, but it's about gearing towards their interests and, once again, creating roles that haven't really existed. So, yeah.
Victoria, you're also a big proponent of mentorship. Can you share a little bit about the advice you're giving Gen Z right now?
Sure. It's usually very personal to whoever I'm speaking to, because I find that different young women struggle with different things. But what I will say is I did say that on the employer side there needs to be vocalization of goals, but likewise I every time tell young Gen Z women that on their side they need to be very intentional about how they vocalize their goals as well. It's a two-way relationship for sure. And I think the mistake that's often made is the way it's communicated, which is why there's probably a misconception, is that they're like, okay, when am I getting promoted? When am I moving on in this company? Or how can I get more money? Or whatever that might be. And instead, I often tell them to slow down. Where do you want to be? Where do you picture yourself? What do you think is the way to get there? What are the kinds of things you think you need to do to get there? Be honest with yourself about the skills that you're missing. Let's be honest, because we all have skills that we're missing to get to where we want to be. Be upfront about the skills you know you're missing, because it'll make your employer realize that you're very aware of your limitations and your abilities. And work with your employer to essentially get to where you want to go by being vocal about how to get there on your end of things as well. So not just relying on, I think a mistake that a lot of women make is they think that it's just their employer's job to come up with their future at the company, and I don't think that's necessarily fair, and I don't think that's a recipe for happiness anyways. So it's also your responsibility to make sure you're tracking where you need to go, and very importantly is tracking the things you've achieved. Write them down. So if you do something that you consider a success or a contribution to the company, open a Microsoft Word document and start writing them down. Because when you go to have those final conversations about moving up in the company, you can't just ask. That's not how the world works. You need to go and say, these are the things I achieved, these are the things we said I would work on, this is how I worked on them, and now I'm ready. Or I'm not ready, but I work as a researcher, so I'm data-driven, but everything is data-driven, so be data-driven in these conversations.
You want to quantify some of those achievements. You want to show what you actually have to offer.
Exactly.
So we've talked a little bit about, what Gen Z values in the workplace, what they need out of their employers. Can we talk a little bit about how to actually attract Gen Z talent? So maybe Linda, with your company having grown to over 300 people, I think you mentioned, what has led to that? How are you attracting Gen Z into your workforce right now?
Yeah, for sure. As our business, for our branding, we try to be very vibrant, very trendy, and also just a place that's meant to be very inclusive. So, a lot of sort of our hiring approaches has been, once again, like very internal, and once again, like all the key leadership positions within our company have been, females that have grown from the bottom up. So, they're kind of like our advocates. They're the ones telling their stories, and that's sort of how we've grown. But once again, it's just really about showing that it's not about just being chained to a desk, because for us, we work purely remote. And it's really about, not about a standard 9 to 5 hours. We understand that, people work, we have staff that are night owls. So we're like, if that works for you, go for it. We're not strict on a 40-hour work week. It's just basically what kind of works on sort of your project scope. And if it works out, it's great. So for us, it's just really about being community driven. It's about finding ways to sort of engage our team. And for us, we found that, even within our work chats, it's almost like the most wholesome thing I've seen, where Gen Z just have a great amount of empathy and support for each other. And once again, that's all reciprocal. So as long as you can convey that, like it just kind of really comes naturally.
And you're fully remote right now, right?
Yes.
So how does that factor into it? Like, do you feel like Gen Z is sort of attracted to that element as well?
I don't think there's a one-all solution, because I think that working purely remote, you do feel very isolated, and it gets lonely, and not having those quick chats in the office and just having that sort of peer face-to-face conversations. So for us, we're really intentional with having monthly or quarterly meetings with, with the respective teams, or on a quarterly where it's kind of like the entire company. So it's just really about creating events and creating, and we're talking about vintage shops, but today at Sakoshi, at our warehouse, we're actually doing a vintage trade swap within the company. So it's bring your own clothes and whatever you want to switch to, but it's about these events that are more memorable, or having spa days together. These are the kind of things that really resonate.
Well, I hope I get invited to those. Thank you. Victoria, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I think some of the things I covered before, and I totally agree with what you've been saying. I think that coming into work is an interesting topic for sure, because I do think, like, again, that idea of flexibility, adaptability is important. So being able to work from home, of course, and have that flexibility, but we do definitely see a craving for connection and getting together. But I think the mistake that some employers have made is this idea of like forced days in the office, of like you have to come in on these certain days. And what I've seen instead be quite successful is intentional days that draw people in to come together anyways. So just as an example, like at our company, we do like what we call Wind Down Wednesdays, and at 4 o'clock on Wednesdays, we have non-alcoholic and alcoholic, or snacks, or we order in, or whatever it is, and people can come together, log off a bit early, and just kind of like chat about what's been going on. Or our CEO was growing a coffee plant and recently roasted the beans, and then everyone went in and tasted the coffee to see how it was. Or using dates in the calendar and events that happen in the calendar as a way to get together. So even for like Black History Month, like our events manager contacted locally owned Black businesses, and we went around the community, and it was just an awesome day. And just ways that you can get together in alternative methods. And I realize some of these things just sound social, and I think that part is important, because you get more productive employees when they feel like they have those relationships as well. But maybe, yeah, having a day or 2 days of the week that there's something going on, doesn't have to be as big as going in the community, but gets people into the office that maybe they normally wouldn't. And I think that's very attractive.
At the Globe, any food-related event will suddenly
Exactly.
get everyone into the office, and you're all in the kitchen, and you just meet people you've never seen ever before.
Exactly.
The only downside is that we have to book desks, so anytime there's a food event, there's no desks available suddenly. It's ruckus.
Yeah, food is usually a pretty good guarantee of people showing up. Anything food-related.
It's a safe bet. Well, I wanted to thank you both, but before that, I wanted to open up room for questions. There's the mic here.
Hi. Hello.
Hello, this is very bright. Okay.
It's not bright here, and I'm really thankful. This is very flattering lighting. A couple things. Linda, congratulations. For context, I work with Monday Girls, so I believe Environics was our partner in the research. Oh, the lighting was much better before. It is a comment, not a question. In terms of both the charity work and their goals, my advice as somebody who's in purgatory, I'm an elder millennial who works for Gen Z and younger millennial, ask them. Do not assume you know what they think is going to be cool, both from charitable giving as well as what a cool, they don't necessarily like paint nights, I'm very sorry to break it to you. But don't assume anything, ask them and empower them, because us assuming we know the answers, it never works. And Linda, congratulations. Victoria, congrats on the baby. And let's dim those lights. Thank you.
Awesome. Any other questions? Yes. Someone here?
Hi, my name's Joelle, and I work at a company that has people from Gen Z to, nearing retirement. On my team, we're really small, but we do have a few Gen Z members. And these are kids that started, working and we were fully remote, or we were doing, or they were in school, and they did remote school for a little bit, and then they came in. And we've noticed that and we're also a forced day company, but we've noticed that on those days, it can be hard to get our Gen Z members to want to come in. There's a lot of calling in sick on those days, or leaving, coming in late and leaving early, which is, it doesn't really bother me, but like I said, we work, and there's a large scale. So some people that are used to the very structured, you're the first one in, you're the last one out. So I guess my question is how to make that coming in more attractive and them wanting to be there, but also to your point, Victoria, about having that flexibility and adaptability, is that best practice? Should I be up managing with the people on my team to say, this is the best practice to get the best work out of this particular group? We do have to lean on trust, and we hired these people for a reason, right? So
For sure.
That's where I struggle, because I'm a millennial, and so I feel kind of in the middle between Gen Z and the generations above me. So I would love, any insight on that.
For sure. I think it's kind of a funny chicken and the egg scenario, because I think for mandatory work days to work, you want people to want to see each other, to be honest, right? And oftentimes what'll happen is a lot of Gen Z don't maybe feel that inclination to see certain people at work, and it might just because they feel isolated in their own way, whether it's being young or whatever it is, they haven't had the chance to make connections. And so that's why I was mentioning all these funny little social things, because I think first, if you can create opportunities for people to get to know each other, then suddenly when I'm thinking, okay, Wednesdays everybody goes in, I might see Sarah, or I might see whoever, I'm more likely to go, because now I have a social connection there as well. And again, I know everything can't be social based. I promise we get a lot of work done at our company. We're great. But I think that those social connections, what's really important is that you know that when you're in the office, organic conversations happen and organic ideas are bounced the way they would never be bounced online. So you overhear something, you say, oh, I'm working on this, actually that works for me. None of that would ever happen if you weren't in person. So I super think that being in person is very important. But I think the approach on how you get them there is important too. So maybe prioritizing first how you can get, you know, the younger generation to get to know each other more. And I'll honestly ask, like, I'm staring at my events Gen Z girl, and she's the one organizing our events. Like, she's telling us what we want and what we need to do, as well as her partner who's sitting right next to her too. Like, the two of them together put their heads together and say this would be a good idea, and we all say yes, it would. And it has led to such a change in our company culture because we listened to what they wanted. And again, exactly, we didn't force a paint night. If that wasn't cool, you guys tell us what's cool, and then we do it. And as a result, I have seen those Wednesday work days become a natural, like I'm calling it Wednesday work day. We don't have like in the office days, and those desks are filling on Wednesdays because people are naturally realizing everyone else goes on Wednesdays, right? So, you know, I keep confirming with them, but as I should.
Just book your desk in time. Well, we have to leave it here. I want everyone to help me in thanking Victoria and Linda. Thank you both.
Thank you, ladies. You know you're in an event where it's mainly women when there's a makeup bag, a multicolored makeup bag that was left in the women's washroom. And if anyone's missing, because if anyone's ever missed a makeup bag, it is a situation. So someone in this room has left a multicolored makeup bag in the ladies' room, and it's at security, so check your bags. If you don't have it, it's there. Two more things to say. I was listening to the Gen Z discussion. I like to believe that I can be young and fun and vital, as I used to believe, but I never felt my age more since yesterday when I was talking with a lot of team members who is Gen Z, and my colleague Ariana Singh, who is Gen Z and at the front can verify this, and I was talking about the Bay and how sad I was about, I went to the Bay Sherway, I'm scouring, I'm looking, I have a gift card I have to use by the Sunday, so I'm looking and I'm sad about the Bay. Ariana and her Gen Zs on my team, oh, why are you sad? Like, people don't shop like that anymore, right? The value of having, am I right? This is what we discussed. She was sad because of the Bay closing because it's old. So her and I have debated this for part of the day already. Ariana, but the point is, Gen Zs have a particular perspective, and I myself learned how old I was against their perspective on the discussion on the Bay. And third thing, as a content expert, as we are on my team at Dia Meeting Communications, the content I'm about to say is that lunch is outside. And they've been busy doing it. It is smelling lovely. We're going to have a lunch break. Enjoy, eat, drink, be merry, meet people, and we'll see each other on the other side of lunch. Have a great lunch.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're enjoying your lunch. Please do continue. But if I just could have your attention for a moment. For those of you who have joined us a little bit later in the day, just to reintroduce myself, my name is Fiona Colley. I'm a Senior Program Manager of Business and Financial Products here with the Globe and Mail. In a moment, we will be recognizing the top growing women-led companies. But first, and I should mention, if you are in the room and are not already done so, you will be entering the stage over by those stairs there. So if you could just make your way there so that we can call you up, that would be great. And then I would like to recognize Sun Life once again for being our presenting sponsor. And with that, please welcome to the stage Jessica Tan, President of Sun Life Canada.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies. Well, and a few gentlemen here. Hi. I'm very happy and honored to be here. This is a very special occasion. It's fantastic to see all the buzz and noise. That's really good. We really need this after the freak weather we had today. So I'm glad everyone's enjoying. I've been told there's 400 of us here and 300 online. So, I know that originally I was supposed to be before lunch. I'm glad I'm actually after lunch, because otherwise I'll be standing between you and lunch. So let me entertain you for the next few minutes as you kind of continue your lunch. I'm very privileged and proud to be here, because I think this is the day not just of celebration, but I think it's also an opportunity for each one of us to reflect on our individual personal as well as collective journeys. And I thought, being new to Canada, I'm only half year here, and I'm very happy that I'm here. I thought maybe, thank you. I'll wrap myself in Canadian flag if I have to. And I think this is incredibly different times that we live in this world. And I think it's good that we get together, right, to celebrate, what we've gone through, right, and what we'll continue to hold dear, right? And I thought maybe I'll start with sharing a little bit kind of my own personal journey. And then as I thought about it last night before I slept, my daughter, I thought of maybe, 1-2 things that I found personally helpful, that has helped me along the way in my professional career. So for those who haven't read, a chance to read my CV, so I'm from Singapore. I actually have another of our Sun Life colleague here who's also from Singapore, born and raised in Singapore. And then in my first half of come from a very humble background. I never thought I would go to MIT. I was very lucky. Or these days, if you look at the universities, I'm not sure I could have gotten in. But nonetheless, I was fortunate to go to MIT to study engineering, computer science, and economics. And then for my career, it was very simple. This is chapter 3 of my career. I first spent 13 years in McKinsey, first in the US, and then I traveled across the world, Europe, and many parts of Asia. And then 11 years working in China. I was co-CEO for Ping An, which is the largest insurance in Asia. And then my chapter 3 in Sun Life, where I just started half a year ago. I'm really excited with my family here. As I look back through this, and I thought, besides my endearing husband and the family support, which I think all of us need the family kind of support, I think that it struck me that I wouldn't be where I am, not just what I feel that I can grow and learn, but also being just incredibly happy. I feel very, very fortunate. And there's a few people in my life at every point in my career that made all the difference and opened up a whole new trajectory for me. My first sponsor, right, mentor, and I'll explain the difference later, was like my first, he was a partner in the Chicago office, McKinsey. I have no idea what consulting does. The only thing is because I didn't want to do engineering nor do a PhD. So someone then told me there's something called consulting where you can try different things. But he was incredibly encouraging. And as a 22-year-old Asian, some of the stereotypes do hold true. I mean, we study extremely well, but we don't really talk, share, and present as well. He was incredibly helpful and taught me to do everything. Right? I think I asked for opportunities to go to Europe. I said, hey, I want to go. He was really nice. He picked up the call. Right? He called his friend in Germany and said, hey, I have this really young business analyst who wanted to try something. Would you take her? I did. I spent half a year in Europe. I was really happy. And then when my then boyfriend, now husband, issued an ultimatum in Singapore to say, hey, you better come home. Otherwise, forget it. I went to him, and he very nice, again, called one of the partners in the Singapore office and said, hey, I have this great person. Would you take that person? Right, and I just went over. At that time, video conference wasn't even that common of a thing, right? But he took the effort, and I was just 2-3 years analyst, associate. But he made the whole world of difference for me, right? The second person that I really thank, who again changed my trajectory. And for those of us who are younger, you remember the time when you struggle. Well, I want to have, I want to have my family, I want to have kids, but this maternity leave, etc. When's the right time? Everybody asks me, there's never a right time. You should just do it whenever you want to do it. And I remember I was traveling across all over Asia, and this was kind of in the 2000s, and suddenly, I found I was pregnant. And I didn't really want to travel that much, so I caught the partner who took me in Singapore on a phone call, and I said I would like to go back to Singapore and work there. And I'm not sure. In fact, I told him. I remember telling him on the phone. Again, you don't see face at that time. There's no video call. I asked that. Look, I'm not even sure that after that I have my first child, I want to take maternity, maybe 6 months. I just want to see. I'm not even sure I will come back to work, but I really want to figure out what I wanted to do. And he said, no problem. He called again another of the partner who took me on to DBS, which is the largest bank in Singapore. And within a month, I was put on another project, and then, I was there. This was kind of my career at McKinsey. I made partner at 30 years old, which is very young. I have 2 kids, 2 girls. I never had to wait. And, in fact, it was a very supportive environment. I'm incredibly grateful, for my sponsor. And they are both males, by the way. The first one is, American, right? The second one is I need to get his nationality straight. He's, French, Swiss, with Italian background, right? And they were all males, but they were very supportive when I came to them. At the beginning, really embarrassing and sheepishly about, I'm sorry to bother you with my little minor problems, but, it's really important to me. And they went out their way to create the opportunities for me. Right. I had this, when I went to China, it was the same thing. The chairman there, who is, how many years? 20 years older than me, who we probably share nothing much in common. I said we have a 4 gap. We have a generation gap, a language gap, and then we also, frankly, have a cultural gap because just the world we grew up in was just really different. But he believed also in what I can do, right? He made me the CIO, which at that time I said, you sure? No, and then I had a fantastic 11 years there. I was first the CIO, COO. We built amazing things with AI and stuff. I built a lot of new businesses. And then before I left, I was the co-CEO looking after our insurance and healthcare. At no point in time, and I asked to go home every week. So for 11 years, you might have all views about what Chinese organizations are, right? We were a large organization. I flew back every week. Every Friday at 2, I would go off to the airport. I flew home. Every Monday morning, I didn't even take a weekend flight. That was part of the deal. I said, look, my family is really important. When I'm here, I would do it. And I said up front. At first, my assistant would try to say, well, maybe you should try to sneak out. And I would say, no, this is what this. I will do my best. And he was extremely, extremely supportive. The reason I'm here, too, is also because of Kevin Strain, our CEO. We met coincidentally in Hong Kong, and he said, what are you going to do? And, told me about Canada, told me about Sun Life, and here I am. I moved halfway across because, it's about people. As we think about each one of it that make a huge difference, it can be summarized really at that critical time, meeting the right person who believes in you and creates that, and I call it a sponsor, not just a mentor. A sponsor, the difference between a sponsor and a mentor is not just one who gives you advice, who goes out of his or her way to create that opportunity. Now, and sometimes, to be fair, all my sponsors have been the toughest with me. They tell me exactly when I'm not doing well. Because the other part of the contract is that you continue to sponsor because we continue to not waste the opportunity. We deliver and we do well, right? And then we help and build and create even more people. And now that we've become more and more senior, we also sponsor other people, right? And I think it is a testament, as I see, I'm glad to see lots of excitement here. Just, as we exchange the story, right? Each one of us, our personal story is going to be really different. But collectively, there are some, I think, share similar traits to it, right? I think we each have our own needs. We have work, professional life is important, but that's not everything. Right, and we all want to be able to have it all, and we can have it all. We need to find the people, right, who can support each one of us, right? And I think some of the things I'm currently probably happy, Helen and we have 2 tables here from Sun Life. That when it came out Canada, leadership is more than half female. We have incredibly wonderful, women leaders, and as more of a, we understand each other better, and we support, and create the opportunities for one another. So I'm really excited to be here. I think in particular these times when sometimes DEI is not exactly a word that I have to scrub on my language. Sandra, our counselor, is here to relearn the language. But I think this is something that we've been working, all of us, throughout, whereby we want to have a balanced life that respect each one, and we can still have incredible professional impact. So I'm really happy to share this with everyone, and I really hope that we'll all support each other. I'm sure next year it will be even more bustling, and I look forward to meeting everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jessica. And so with that, I am pleased to announce that we will now be recognizing companies on Report on Business Magazine's top growing women-led companies list. So we are doing this in alphabetical order, in case you're wondering with the thing. But so I'll start calling the company name up. We'll take a photo here, and then you can exit through this stage here, or these stairs here. So first we have Absolute Home Services. Next we have Change Connect. Next we have Eugeria. Next we have Falkirk. And our next company is HKC Construction. Next is Invico Capital Corporation. And next up, we have Italian Center Shop. Next, we have Jane App. And our next top growing women-led company is Kalra Family Law. And next we have Paradigm. Okay, this is an important one. They're all important, of course, but I want to give a big shout out to Quill, which is our ranked #1 top growing women-led company. And next up, we have the Farley Group. All right, we have Spring Living Retirement Communities. And here we have Sukoshi Mart.
Locked out there.
And we have Talk Shop Media. And Thigh Society. We have next, our next company is Watson Investments. And our last company for recognizing this lunch hour is White and Gale Consulting. Now I have to find my place in my notes. Again, congratulations to everyone. Some of the companies on this year's list couldn't make it today, but you can view the full list online and as part of our April edition of the Report on Business magazine. So after lunch here, we have 3 concurrent breakout sessions. Breakout A is geared toward entrepreneurs and would-be entrepreneurs. It will focus on strategies to build the right network for your business. The session will take place in the Clipper Room. Staff are on hand to direct you. Breakout B will focus on pay equity and closing the gender pay gap. That session, which I am moderating, will take place in the Sky Room, so you can follow me there if you would like. Breakout C will take place right here in this room and will focus on benefits, policies, and supports for women at work. So to ensure the breakouts can start on time, please make your way to the breakout you have chosen or are interested in. If you have chosen benefits and policies breakout C, it will start in this room shortly. Thank you all very much.
Hi again, including those of you tuning in online from across Canada, welcome. For those of you who weren't here for my sort of dark introduction early this morning, I'm Dawn Kalea, editor of Report on Business magazine, peeking out at you from behind this super tall podium. I'm pleased to be moderating this breakout session focused on policies and benefits that support women at work. Our panel will be focusing on how employers are creating workspaces where women can truly flourish, and we have an excellent panel of speakers to tackle the topic. So let's introduce them. First, we have Shravani Madali, Chief People Officer at Lightspeed Commerce, Women Lead Here organization. Woot woot. Next, we have Chantal Gagne, Senior Vice President of the Life and Health Insurance Division at Groupe Desjardins. Welcome, Chantal. And next, we have Laura Williams, a lawyer, workplace strategist and educator who also moderated a fantastic discussion earlier today. Welcome to you all. I believe I forgot to write down, but if there's anybody in the room who'd be willing to volunteer for the test portion of the event with Dio later, just taking down a few points from this session to pass on, I would greatly appreciate it. So if anyone out there is willing, I can't see anything because there's massive spotlights in my eyes, but if anybody's willing to do a rundown for Dio, I'd appreciate it. So please let me know. Maybe we can follow up on that later. So first off, in our pre-call, as we got into this discussion, I think we need to sort of set up a bit of the backdrop here, and I think that is really addressing the DEI backlash that has seen a lot of companies retreat from equity initiatives under dire threat of legal action in the United States. So I just wanted to talk a little bit quickly about how that is playing out in the workplace and what impact you sort of see it having on women in particular. Laura, do you want to start?
Sure, I'll jump in. Nice to be back again on stage. And one thing that I know, because I know this is a bit of a recurring theme at the conference, is the impact that I always call it EDI first, 'cause I like to lead with the equity, but most go by DEI. Frankly, these days, a lot are referring to it as DIE, because there are a number of companies that are retreating from their commitments made to advance equity within the workplace. And, if I have a soapbox can get on a soapbox for 2 minutes, it's very misguidedly so, naturally, but it is an output of how a lot of organizations began their journeys into the equity space in terms of striking equity strategies and initiatives, because some felt that they had to when we were in that period of intense hyper-focus on social justice and ensuring that and eradicating barriers to opportunities within the workplace. And so some of the what's been instituted is very performative. And when hard things get hard, as hard things always do, oftentimes you have those things that are made of straw, they fall apart, right? And then there's some practical realities with respect to the equity backlash, and that is some organizations are having issues contending with how they can still maintain certain contracts. Like I have a client that reached out, has a contract with the US federal government, and the way that procurement rules have changed, they're grappling with how do we externally look like we've dialed back our equity initiatives, but internally, because they've worked so well, how can we keep reinforcing, doubling down and ensuring that we progress. So all of this does impact women's health and women's health, the advancement of women's health issues in the workplace, because we were gaining some steam and some with research, some of which has been done by McKinsey and Company, and that really validate why we need to focus on this issue. But as women, we know that women's health is something that requires accommodation and a certain type of attention within certain contexts like the workplace. So with organizations, this kind of retrenchment and moving away from equity, that can halt progress, and that's something that we have to be vigilant for.
And maybe, reacting on something you said, that like some companies are doing some stuff because they feel they have to. And I really think one key in the success of the last year we had at Desjardins at bringing more women representation was the fact that the reason why our president decided to make it a priority, it was because of a strong belief that the diversity of perspective, and it could be, yes, female representation, but also cultural representation and all that stuff, really has a value for an organization. So when you start to do it, but for let's say the right reason and the belief that this is something that brings value to the organization, I think it makes some actions that really resonates to everyone and really, become embedded in the culture of an organization.
Yeah, and I'll just add quickly two things. I honestly think, everyone's got choices, and I'd be quite bold to say, choose the companies you want to work for. If companies are wanting to just, with a click of a finger, move away from DEI and what the importance is, is that the right place that you want to be in, for your values? I'm from Lightspeed. We're a publicly listed company, even on the New York Stock Exchange, and we've not shied away from that. We publicly have posted to say we will not waver from our commitment here, and I think that's important. And then the other point is, similar to what you were saying, having the diversity at the leadership level is what matters, right? Because people say companies are moving away from it. It's actually human beings, individuals. So it's someone like, I'm in the HR space, so it's someone like me taking a proposal to the executive team entertaining that discussion to move away from DEI to, fire the DEI teams or things like that. And yeah, you just got to ask yourself, like, is that right? Because it's not fake people, it's real people who are leading your company.
And your company, it should be noted, is run by a gay brown man.
It is
Shopify.
Indeed. Yep, Dexter Silva.
Yeah, not. Right?
And you're so right that leadership, it comes from leadership, and sometimes just one person can make a real difference in the posture of leadership that person is taking. And I'm just thinking, 10 years ago, when Guy Cormier was elected as president of Desjardins, he made one of his top 3 priority to bring parity at the Desjardins Group executive level. And at the time, even the board of Desjardins, out of 24 people, only 2 were female. Can you imagine?
Wow.
And just by the conviction of that person, and of course repeating those objectives, again and again and again, something we should not let go, we need to keep it alive. Now we're at parity 10 years later, but that's huge progress came from that attention from one person in position of leadership that really believed in it. So yeah, that's powerful.
So that's sort of the backdrop of where we're at. Now I'd love to hear a bit from each of you about sort of how your companies are supporting women in terms of specific programs, benefits that you've instituted. And Chantal, your company is a provider of group benefits, so maybe we can start with you.
Yeah, thank you. So of course, Desjardins is both an employer, but you can imagine that Desjardins is also the insurer of Desjardins employees in terms of group benefits. And really in the 5 past years, a big accent was made both for us, as employees, but also how we can support other companies as a group benefit insurance company to help workplace becoming more adapted to the specific needs of women. And it all starts from understanding and acknowledging that the needs of women in the workplace are not exactly the same from our peers, male colleague. And starting from there, we put lots of energy in making sure first we really understand well what the differences are, and that we put together some benefits, some programs that are adapted to those needs. So 2 offers we launched in the last couple of years. The first one was Focus Family, which is all the support we can provide to persons that are in the process of fertility. And it's beyond just offering insurance coverages. It's also partnering with a prenatal to offer support to women who have questions in that process. Because yes, that process has a lot of physical impact involved, but also a lot of mental impacts involved. So the proper support is as important as the insurance coverage piece. So really working on this. And also more recently, we just launched the Women's Health Benefit Program that is really, first, of course, we want to also, increase the number of coverage that is specific to women's health. And I'm thinking here about, migraines. It's a very important cause of disability. And it can happen to everyone, but 3 times more frequent on a woman. Same things for osteoporose. I don't have the English. Osteoporosis? Yep. Yeah, okay, thank you. For postmenopause women, it's very more frequent. So how can we make sure that women are aware of the tests they need to go through, and what are the steps to prevent that from happening? So yes, a question of coverage, but also all the support we can give to the employer to make sure they really understand better the needs specific to women. So that's what we're working to these days. Yeah.
Very cool. Shivani?
Yeah, look, at where we are at Lightspeed, we do a lot for women. However, I think we could do better actually, now that I've been to this event, on how we package that up to actually be more targeted in our communication. So when I was thinking about it, at first I was like, oh, do we do anything? But as I was speaking to my colleagues, there's a lot we do. We've obviously got the traditional benefits, that focus on fertility or other elements that benefit women. We also just make decisions really quickly. Like when the Roe versus Wade situation happened, straight away we put, a comms out to say we will support any of our colleagues who wanted to go to a different state to actually have treatment. We would fund all of it, we would pay for all of it. We've got employee-led networks, which we've got across multiple areas, but women network and a wellness network, and a lot of those have the speakers, the events, they bring the conversation forward, so people have access to that all the time. And at the moment, actually, one of our OKRs are working on how we get women back into the workplace after maternity leave, because that's actually quite hard to navigate back, so we're trying to put a playbook together on what the challenges are and how they can actually mitigate and overcome it. But again, I still think we can do more. I think from the health perspective, I'd just say quickly, we're fortunate to have the environment where people probably feel safe to have the discussion, but I still think with women's health, it's the women who are not that comfortable yet talking about menopause or different things. And so sometimes I think that's might be holding us back, as opposed to sometimes organisations not letting us have the voice.
Right. Yeah, I think we're going to come back to some of the stigma around this a bit later. But Laura, first, do you want to speak to, sort of specific programs, what your clients are saying?
Sure. Well, specific programs. So I can talk about, I think, what a lot of organizations, when they're doing it well, what they do well. And what they do well is when they have women in leadership positions, is those women in leadership positions kind of role model what some of the challenges are, right? And I think sometimes, and they advance the solutions to those challenges and barriers that women face. When I was coming up in law, I articled at a Bay Street law firm, and at that time, and this was, early to mid 90s, yes, 90s. Sorry, that hung on the air.
Yes, 90s.
There.
That's totally.
I love the 90s. Don't get me wrong. It's just, as I said earlier, I'm not a natural redhead. But the thing with with that experience that really struck me is there was one female partner amongst her cohort of male counterparts that came up through the trenches, and she used to speak and kind of pitch her voice like 3 octaves lower. Like when I met her the first time, she's like, "Hi, Laura, how you doing?" Right? A little petite woman and whatnot. I got to spend some time with her, and I know that wasn't her voice range, but she, moved through the world that was at that time very male-dominated by, acting as if that she was kind of one of the boys because she had to. And so in the context of that firm, over time, I, have my own firm now, et cetera, but over time, you can imagine that she's not modeling some of the challenges and really trying to open the doors in the way that perhaps she could, because she's just trying to survive by fitting in, and there's no judgment there because of the times we were in. And then, there's some things now that a lot of organizations are a lot more progressive-minded. I had my first woman partner join our partnership, and I didn't even think about this in terms of the announcement on LinkedIn when she just came back from a maternity leave, and when she came to sign the partnership agreement, she brought her daughter, and we posted pictures of her daughter holding the pen, etc. And the number of calls and in-mails and emails that I got, just with people saying, wow, like that was just so touching. People saying that they teared up. And honestly, in our world, it wasn't, I just thought, oh my God, this is so great. She's here with her daughter, and just how enthused she felt. So all that to say that really organizations, and this is just an aspect of it, that are doing it well. It's where, women that have progressed through the ranks, that they are mindful of being examples and advancing the tough discussions and normalizing the discussions around women's health issues in the workplace.
So, we know that flexibility has become sort of the key word for a lot of people in the workplace, women included, obviously, and the pandemic, I think, was a huge revelation for a lot of us, working from home, having that flexibility in terms of childcare and elder care and sort of all the emotional labor that women typically do. Can you sort of speak to how that changed things within your organization and, this idea that a lot of companies are now rolling back that flexibility with back to the office mandates and how that affects all this? Because I think flexibility really is a major benefit, I think, just sort of overall, right?
I'll go first. Look, I think COVID did change things for the better and for the worst, right? I think the human race had it wrong before. It was too much chained to the desk, and it was more about being seen rather than the outputs in most companies. So I think it has helped with people just realising, life's more than just work. I would say, though, the challenges that we've had personally is, again, as a company, we are progressive. So flexibility has been part of Lightspeed from day one, meaning, you go to the office, but if you need the plumber's coming, you work from home, you need to leave at 3 o'clock to pick up your child, you do that. And what we've found the hardest is actually, while we still provide all that flexibility, and it's great for anyone in any kind of environment, we are finding that trying to get people to come back to the workplace, even though we're such a flexible organisation, is difficult. And personally, I know I saw the other speaker talk about fully remote versus not. We're a 3-day-a-week company in office, and I can't say enough about the collaboration, the feeding off each other, the learning, and that's what culture is. I'm obviously from the HR background. And if you haven't got that connection to the company and the people that work there, again, it's not the company brand, it's the people, then when you get offered another $10,000 to go somewhere else, you're just going to take it because it's just a paycheck versus I don't want to leave my friends and the people I'm around. So that's been our biggest challenge. I don't know, we're still trying to solve it. I haven't done that yet.
Yeah, no, it's a huge issue, and some, younger workers, I think, tend to want, might be living in small places, don't have kids, they want to be back. And, I'm like, dude, I just want to get my laundry done at lunch, So it's a really hard balance to strike, I think, for sure.
Yeah, and just personally, when I think about it, when the pandemic started, my girl was 2 years old, so I'm always telling myself that's probably pandemic helped me survive through the 2 to 4 years old period, which is pretty time consuming and heavy, and the no phase and all that stuff. So being at home was helpful, and the fact that my dad was taking care of her while I was working was also helping a lot. But something that we still see benefits today to me is all the improvements about the tools. So I still remember, and you probably do, the Teams meeting we had, or the WebEx or meeting with camera off at the beginning of the pandemic, because we were just not used to be working virtually. It was a bit awkward at the time. But today still, I'm having the job I have, the responsibilities I have. My priority is my family. It will always be. And every day at 3:30 when the bus arrives from school, what I have in terms of flexibility, and I spend most of the day at work, and then I'm at home at 3:30 when the bus arrives, and then I have other meetings, and I complete the day at my home, which could never have happened in the times, where all those meetings were just in person, and it's either you were there, either you were not there. Same thing for when your kid is sick. You still have that flexibility to say, I will be working from home today. And of course, we're not at Desjardins 5 days a week remote, so we ask people to come every 2 days per week at the office at minimum. It depends on the types of job, of course, but I think that's the right balance with bringing additional flexibility. And honestly, after a couple of years at home, I was asking myself, will I spend my career working in the playroom of my girl, because my office was set up in her playroom? And then I told, that's not what professional life is either. So having that balance, some days home, some days in the office, keeping that, contact with your colleague and the culture of the organization. Let's say if we keep 100% flexibility, among time will erode. So I think we need to find the right mix and balance between the pros of the life before, the pros of the pandemic, and now we're redefining what flexibility and what good quality of life is. Yeah.
Right. Laura?
Flexibility is, I think, a very significant piece to addressing women's health issues because, the pandemic, and, we're all kind of saying the same thing here, it really did disproportionately impact women as having the primary caregiving responsibilities at all ends, right? I mean, during the pandemic, I have a daughter that suffered a traumatic brain injury, and so I had to be there for her. It's been for some time, and my 96-year-old mother lives with me. And so, because, and yes, I have care for her that comes in, but you're still the primary caregiver, right? So having the stress and the natural kind of wellness issues that flow from that, of having the responsibility for others, is something that is really important to the women's health issue. I might just add one quick thing, because I can't help myself. When it comes to flexibility, because you mentioned something in your question that I did want to address about a lot of employers or organizations now aggressively wanting full return to work mandates, or at least more days in the office. The one thing that they're overlooking is that sometimes the promises they made for flexibility made individuals make life choices, even in terms of where they choose to work from, so they're no longer commutable, et cetera. That is making that challenging for them. Also, because of the status of the volatility of the labor market and how difficult it was to get talent, a lot of organizations, employers, leaders, hiring managers, they overpromised because flexibility was really topping the charts. And that without doing a true assessment of what works operationally, functionally, and for team cohesion. So ultimately, what we're seeing now is that a lot of individuals are saying, well, hang on a minute here. My working arrangement forms a fundamental term of my employment. So if you're going to alter that without providing me with adequate notice and all the things to overcome the legal consequences, I'm going to claim that you're constructively dismissing me from my employment. And we're seeing a lot of that in terms of the activity and legal escalations in the context of our work.
That's really actually quite fascinating. It's a whole other discussion. The thing I like about flexibility, I think, in terms of, if we see it as sort of a benefit, we're in this really fraught time where, I think women and minorities are sort of targets, and, it applies to everybody across an organization, whether you choose to be flexible in how and where you work or not, which I think is sort of a benefit. I wanted to talk a little bit about, there's a lot of employers that I think are going too far, right? So I won't mention the company, but my stepdaughter works for a fast-growing chain of restaurants, I will say. But they have a very strict 5-day-a-week in the office policy, and workers get 0 paid sick days, which I didn't even know was legal, to be honest. I can't believe it. So if you get sick, your kid gets sick, your period's nuts, you're perimenopausing. What advice do you give to an employee? I would, hope she can get the heck out of there as soon as possible. But what advice do you give to an employer in this situation?
With respect to the benefits that they offer?
Yeah, and how they're sort of approaching this, because I'm shocked.
Well, if we're talking about the benefits and the perquisites and other entitlements, employers are really looking at their offerings now because, again, getting the right talent for the roles that they have is challenging. And benefits focused on wellness are considered, the premium benefits, right? So, and being also responsive to the needs of the demographics of your workplace is also important too. So what I would say to that is that, a couple of things. First of all, you've got to be realistic with respect to the offerings in terms of the terms and conditions of employment, right? People are going to need time off. If you want to characterize it as personal days or what have you, people need time off in addition to, typically if they have no sick days, they probably have bare minimum in terms of the vacation entitlements, right? So, in Ontario, 2 weeks up to 5 years, 3 weeks per year thereafter, right? And so that's really not enough time. And I think if there's one thing that we've learned on the other side of the pandemic in kind of the upside of today's workplace is that, we're humans after all. So if you really want to get the best work, you have to provide the best conditions and the best environment. So ultimately, there are going to be some employers that you just have to vote with your feet. And, sometimes that's easier said than done, depending on somebody's circumstances. But certainly when it comes to just kind of shifting the focus back to kind of women's health and the needs of women with respect to how we work at different ages and phases of our career lifespan, it really comes down often to if an employer doesn't have, let's say, a progressive policy that specifically speaks to menopausal issues or perimenopause, those things that really the very progressive companies are including in their policies, it just really comes down to accommodation from a legal perspective. And what that often means for individuals is that if you have a need from a health perspective or a medical need, then you want to make sure that your doctor is on point to provide you with the, not what's wrong with you, the diagnosis information, but the prognosis information, so that the restrictions or the limitations to your abilities to perform the work that you're responsible to perform are clearly identified so that the accommodations can follow. And those are legal requirements, again, assessed on a case-by-case basis.
That's really interesting. I'd like to speak a little bit about, well, first of all, Chantal, on our pre-call, you had mentioned a real-world example that happened during your career that I felt was really fascinating and progressive. So you want to just talk a little bit about what happened coming back from on your mat leave?
Yeah, sure. So, and maybe just before, a couple of years ago, so 5 years ago, I was proposed to become executive of a big insurance company when I was 35 with a 2-year-old. And of course, those kind of decisions need some, confidence in your organization. In the phase I was in my life, I was maybe in need to balance life and family, definitely in that phase. But something happened just a couple of years ago that really made me confident that my organization was supportive of helping me doing both. So, reaching my full potential as an employee of Desjardins and assessing the fact that I was building my family and that I should be in right condition to do so. And that thing that happened is that first when I got pregnant, I decided to take a 1-year mat leave because nobody's irreplaceable, and I feel so many ladies prevent themselves from taking a longer time with their baby, saying, oh my God, will I miss an opportunity? The world will stop turning because I'm not in the office. And in fact, nobody's irreplaceable. So I told myself, what's important to me, it's my family, and I want to spend that first year with my girl. And I felt first fully supported to do that. But second, while I was in mat leave, my boss at the time left the company. And I think there was still 7 months remaining before I came back from my mat leave. And then the VP at the time, which was the boss of my boss, called me and said, if you want the job when you come back from mat leave, I'll keep that job for you. That's your opportunity. So I get promoted while I was in mat leave, right in the middle. And he said, I'm going to assure the interim of that role until you come back because I believe you are the right person. So the signal that it sends to me is the fact that I was in mat leave and that I was in that phase of my life was not penalizing me. We could have said, oh, Chantal is coming back in 7 months, so let's figure out who can take that position, and Chantal is going to have other opportunity in 3 years from now, but that's not what he decided to do. And I'm still working with that person today, and I will never forget that. So when I was ready to go to the next step and become an executive, it made a difference, the fact that he did that for me 2 years before. And something also that is important when you decide to, when you're clear with yourself about what's important for you and what you want to do, that's the first thing. Okay, you need to be really honest to yourself. And then when you're proposed an opportunity, you need to be honest to the person who's offering that opportunity. So personally, when I was offered that job, I said, well, if you want Chantal traveling every week and be working 70 hours per week for the next 5 years, it's not going to happen. I'm not in that stage of my life, and that's no worries. If it's not me, it's okay. And he said, no, I want 100% of Chantal, and that's fine. But setting clear conditions, it avoids, maybe bad surprise after, or it relieved a lot of pressure for me. Right. I put it clear what I was able to give. He was okay with that, and then the rest went very well.
That's a really powerful signal to the rest of the organization as well. One thing I did, I wanted to talk a little bit about that idea of stigma, Shirvani, that you hearkened to earlier. The Globe and Mail is very progressive in terms of the benefits that they offer. They rolled out a perimenopause and menopause policy not too long ago, and a lot of women at that stage at the Globe, and we were all like, oh, I'm really going to call in perimenopausal to my dude boss, and a lot of that does come from us, but we also know our audience, right? So, how do you deal with that stigma, and how do you make sure that, that your employees feel comfortable coming to like you or Dax and saying, you know.
Yeah. Look, it's a hard one, and I think like the stigma's still there for sure. But I was talking earlier about our employee-led networks, and those are bottom up globally in all our offices. Our people actually bring in these topics, and so I think. It's really hard. I'm actually feeling really fortunate. If you're in a company like Lightspeed, some of these topics just seem a lot easier, and I know it's not like that for most companies, so I'm very appreciative of that. But I think from a stigma perspective, it's the thing that I struggle with is, everyone doesn't want to talk about these things because you're right, sometimes it's embarrassing or you feel like you don't want to go to your boss about it. But at the same time, the biggest stat that we find easiest to report on is how many female in the leadership team. People try to stay away from, the BIPOC stats, and everyone gets all awkward about that. So it almost contradicts it. Do you know what I mean? It's like great on this hand to be the easiest one to report on, but on the other side, when you actually need to make accommodations or understand it, everyone kind of shies away from it. Look, again, we are trying to solve it. We're trying to solve it by just making the conversations there, having our employee-led networks that bring it up. And I think as long as we can just keep pushing, uncomfortable conversations become comfortable over time. Right? And so I think that's my only advice is create that space so employees can bring that up and role model, like we were saying before. If senior leaders role model and talk about these things and take time off with certain things and they're vocal about it, it makes it okay for the rest of the people.
Yeah, I found it earlier in my career, it was much easier, right? Like fertility treatments or pregnancy, these are things that, my same male boss, was also going through to some degree, right? But it's as you get maybe later in life as a woman, the conversation changes a little bit and becomes a little bit more difficult. So
I'd say, not to sound controversial, but not every organization and every team should be having these conversations, right? Because they probably, if they're not ready. And so to your point, I mean, I've got two co-panelists here who are in very progressive organizations and have very kind of progressive leaders, and it clearly seems to be, more than cascading down. I was going to say trickling down, but cascading down in terms of the values of the organization. There are a number of organizations that aren't there. And the issue becomes, and I see this too often than not, we saw this, within organizations kind of running to the charge to say that they were, in support of these kind of social movements back in 2020, and they were getting flamed on social media saying, and there was this hashtag, #ThisYou, right? Essentially calling out how disingenuous it sounded or hypocritical that they were saying, we stand by Black Lives Matter when, they have this, historical on record pattern of these human rights violations, right? And that wasn't the case with everyone. But, it is important to do the right thing when you're ready to do it right. And so what happens is a lot of organizations, they'll find a template Cadillac policy and that has all of the bells and whistles and speaks to all the right things and reads so well, probably generated by AI, but whatever. And then they implement it. And their leaders, people leaders, are kind of fumbling the ball at the front line because when those conversations come up, they're making jokes. They're all, come on, what do you mean you can't work? Or they're concerned about productivity, which is a fallacy because you can accommodate and be flexible, and we've learned all of these things, and extend these entitlements and these working conditions without losing productivity. The problem is that oftentimes you have people leaders that haven't been upskilled to learn how to even, manage through these issues or remote teams, right? So that's where the productivity issue is that you have ineffective practices. You're, wanting people to check boxes, punch clocks still, and do time instead of managing to results. So all that to say is, that you have to make sure that a company goes through the proper education, the proper training, fosters the right environment to have the discussions. And you don't have to have those discussions again to extend the accommodations based on needs that women may have that might be impeding their ability to work at their best.
Right. We have about 4 minutes left. If there are any questions out in the audience, please feel free to raise your hand for a mic. Otherwise, I'm quite happy to keep chatting for the next few minutes up here. Just, I can't see if anybody has questions, but I know somebody will be around. I'd love to speak a little bit more to that idea of, how you make sure that your company is receptive to ensuring that this can cascade down. And, I don't think a lot of companies are there yet. So I'm just wondering if you have any advice for leaders in the audience.
That's a bit difficult for me because I was born in an environment that was, ready for those discussions. Just, the first Women Empowerment Program at Desjardins for Leadership was launched in 1988.
Wow.
So it tells a lot about our history and the fact that, women representation was very important. But I think if you're facing a situation where you feel, your organization is not ready to go there, I think the probably more careful approach is small baby steps and how you can not aim to go from, stage A to stage Z in a couple of years. That's a long-term evolution, and every person in position of leadership that you have the chance to bring more awareness, that's a step in the right direction. So yes, I feel very lucky when I hear that I'm not faced to, fight for this, but I'm really, on the contrary, being surrounded by advocates. And we were speaking a bit earlier about role models, women role models. They are very important. But I think that, males advocate about that cause are as important in an organization.
Right.
So do not underestimate. And Jessica Tan was speaking about the importance of having a sponsor in your career. My sponsor is a man, and so is... By being my sponsor, is kind of reinforcing the importance to have women in leadership. So yes, female colleagues, but I think male colleagues are very good advocates. We need them too.
Right. Shivani?
Yeah, no, I was going to just agree and say the same thing. There's lots of women leaders in this room, so it can start with a lot of you, right? And you might be in a senior leadership position or just leaders from influence. So, this event should be quite inspiring, I think, so people should take these ideas back to their companies. They can either make a change themselves if they're in a position to, or they can speak to their senior leaders about it. And I think that's how you kind of, look, baby steps, just, keep progressing.
I think we have a question.
Oh, yeah, it works. Okay, perfect. And I will try to ask it, but I feel it's very slippery. But you were mentioning before, I feel the more flexibility there is, there's also a lot of rigidity on the other side from the employee. And sometimes I'm wondering how to balance out of it. And I will give a very specific example. You were mentioning the plumber comes at 3 p.m. or something. We're dealing with Europe, and we had to schedule a 7 a.m. call. It's not every day, it's once a year, but everything that's before 9 a.m. or after 5 p.m., I feel it's really, really hard to ask. But then everything between 9 and 5, we give that flexibility over. And the same thing about when kids are sick. I'm going to be in and out today, my kid is sick. Sometimes I'd rather the person takes this day off than the in and out, and I don't know what I can ask, but then there's not the after and before. So anyway, I don't know how to ask my question, but I feel it's just, as an entrepreneur, I have 30 employees, and I'm trying my best, but at the same time competing and trying to scale this business, and I find this part really hard, and that's it. So.
We've got, go for it.
Okay, so a couple of really quick things. Number one, I know as an entrepreneur, when you're launching your business in particular, people rally behind you, and you might not be as clear in what the expectations are as it relates to work. A lot of organizations downplay, agreements and policies, et cetera. Policies don't have to be written in a command and control way. Policies have to be written so that you underscore the why something is important. So one of the things I'm quickly just lobbing back is, making sure that it's very clear when you're onboarding employees and throughout the employment relationship what the expectations are, especially as it relates to hours of work. And the reason why it's important to do so is the government in Ontario kind of messed us up a little bit conceptually in terms of what a workday is by implementing the disconnect from work rules some years ago requiring certain organizations to institute policies, what was left in the minds of a lot of employees is a workday is only 9 to 5 and an employer cannot ask for any work after such time, which really wasn't what it was about. It was just reinforcing the hours of work provisions in the legislation. So there are a lot of, we're in a new era with respect to work. We're in a new era with respect to, and I don't know if in your particular case, if you have fully remote or a hybrid environment, or people are working, in office 5 days a week, but it doesn't matter what the arrangement is. Everyone's aware of the times and the pressures and priorities calling for more flexibility, and so you have to have flexibility within some parameters. And if you don't have those parameters, then you could be setting yourself up for all different types of issues legally. Here comes the lawyer, bringing the clouds, but anyway, bear with me. Is if you're not tracking, for example, how someone's working and you've got a remote environment, I've encountered this happening to many employers where people are claiming they're working overtime. Right? And so, there has to be parameters. So you have to be very clear on what the role requires, what the responsibilities are, and essentially make sure there's alignment across the board.
We're out of time, but Chantal, did you want to add
just
something
very
really quick?
quickly. I don't know where the person that, because I wanted to, you're saying, I'm doing the best to manage. That's what we're all doing, and nobody will be pleased by, it's impossible to please everyone. And one thing that's important, yes, we need to bring flexibility to the employees, but first, we're leading and operating a business with clients, and it should never compromise our ability to operate our business. So how can we give the most flexibility we can in the context that we're running a business? And just to tell you, even big organizations like Desjardins with 55,000 employees, we're doing our best to balance these 3 dimensions. So continue like that.
Amen.
We have to leave it there. Please join me in thanking Laura, Chantal, and Shivani for joining us today and sharing their thoughts. And thank you all for being here. That was great. We're now going into a 20-minute break, so grab some coffee and food. Be sure to check out the Her Market, and we'll be back here in 20.
Starting to bring everyone back in. As you all experienced, well, for one, you're experiencing a costume change. So why not, right? I think people are just settling in. You all experienced a really cool set of sessions. I didn't get a chance to participate in all of them, but I understand they were great. So we're going to take some time to hear a little bit from everyone so that everyone gets a little taste of what was in each breakout session. Since I couldn't go to all, but I also want all the content. So for breakout session A and breakout all of them, we had people who were tasked to share back. Are those people in the room? So for breakout session A, is the share back person here yet? They're there. For breakout session B, pay equity, is the share back person in the house? And for C, which I think was the networking one, I don't think she's back yet, but I know who to call on if I need a wrap up, Shalene. So, okay. Still gonna call on you. So for breakout session A, finding the right support for you and your business. Could the nominated participant please stand, and someone's gonna come and bring you a microphone. And we'll get to all hear, not just hear for those who are here, but for those who are online, we'll get to hear a little bit about that. So for breakout session A, finding the right support for you and your business, who is it? I can't see the person. Oh, right at the back. Is the microphone coming your way? They're on their way. Just before, while she's getting to it, in general, were they interesting? Yes? Okay. That's good to know. That applause lets me know that it was good, but I want to hear what was talked about. So number for A, what did you hear? What's your name? And what was your insight?
Hi everyone, my name is Amaina and I am the owner of a dessert company here in Toronto called Zakilo Bakes. And we had a fantastic conversation with our panelists, Fatima, Lorraine and Shelley, on networking. And a few of the things that stood out was the idea that it's okay to realize you can't do it alone. You're strong as a pact. I think as women, there's a misconception that we have to figure it out. And the idea that if it takes a village to raise a child, why can't we use the same idea in our businesses? There was a lot of good conversation about, it can be easy to get really overwhelmed. So sit down and figure out what is it you want, and then make a short list of how you can get there while utilizing the village around you. And then there was also a really good idea around the idea of nobody has the right to do what it is you are doing. So you just have to go out and do it. I think a lot of us get stuck in the thinking phase and we don't do it. And if you don't do it, somebody else is. So why not try? And then lastly, there was a tip from Fatima on, do 3 things every day to keep your network warm. These things snowball into momentum. So overall, it was a conversation about taking space, about relying on the people around you, but also to have a village, you have to be willing to be a villager. And what does it mean to show up for your network as well?
Very important, that last part. What does it mean to show up for your network as well? That's a critical part. I'm actually going to ask the next person who's supposed to speak about pay equity. Is that Fiona? I'll ask you, Fiona, what does it take for you to show up for your network? Just to build off of what she said, how would you answer that? And then if you can share a bit about pay equity.
I think, if you're just putting me on the spot here, all good.
No shock there, Fiona. We've worked together.
I know. I'll turn back to something that was said in another panel earlier today where, having the mentorships, but being menteed, but also being available and making yourself to be a mentor, so it's being that reciprocal aspect of it. So I think it's important and having that, to be part of that village, right? It's looking out for each other.
Awesome. Tell me about pay equity.
Pay equity, so much, Dio, so much. I think for me, the really interesting part that came out was, one, looking at it, that it is this 3-tiered structural idea. We need the structure in place from government, both legislating what we need now and also, as was mentioned, correcting some of the things from past. You need the proper structures in place at the organizational level, having the right evaluations, having the right, policies around pay bands and transparency around pay bands and all these kinds of things. And then 3, at the individual level, that to coach and to give space to people to really know that to advocate for themselves. It is okay to negotiate. It is okay to do all these things. And so it's this 3-tiered things. So that was kind of the real kind of takeaway. But I think the fun bit is apparently PEI is at pay equity, the difference is negligible. And there's all these kind of, yes, yay, PEI. And the reasons for that, there were many different reasons, but one of them, and not the smallest reason, is that everybody gossips. And everybody tells people what they make, and will ask people what they make. So don't be afraid to gossip a bit either, is the takeaway. So thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. And actually, the takeaway that I got from that I learned early in my career working in journalism and in every aspect, and I'm going to say it for the person in the back to make sure you hear it. I'm just going to repeat what you said. It's okay to negotiate your salary. A lot of women don't think it is to fight for the money, and then when they don't do that, the advancement takes even longer to happen. So thanks for saying that. Appreciate that. And finally, there was also a breakout session on benefits and policies. Who is the person for that, if they could stand?
That's me.
Oh, hello.
Hi, it's me, Dawn.
All right. What is the takeaway, Miss Dawn?
Sorry, I'm wreaking havoc over here. The DEI backlash is sort of the backdrop to any discussion of sort of women's wellness in the workplace, because it's having a very adverse impact, obviously. Flexibility we got during the pandemic is really key, and leaders need to be very, very careful in terms of rolling that back. But there is, I think, as the final question brought to the forefront the possibility that we've become maybe a little bit too flexible, and we need to be really, really clear what the parameters are in terms of expectations for people in the workplace. You know, it's really important for leaders to support women in ways that go beyond just sort of policies. And one of our panelists, Chantal, you know, gave the example of being on mat leave, 5 months into a year-long mat leave, and being given a promotion. You know, and her, you know, boss could very easily have, you know, handed that off to somebody else instead of waiting around for 7 months for her to come back from her mat leave, and didn't. And that sends a really, really strong message to the entire organization that it is acceptable to take advantage of the benefits that you are offered. And we all need to move past the stigma. You know, we talked a lot about perimenopause and menopause policies, for instance. Do I really want to call in perimenopausal to my boss? No. But it's important.
Unless the boss is also perimenopausal, in which case
I will say he is most definitely not.
I was just trying. Sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, if only. Anyways, yes, we all need to work to sort of combat that stigma, and having diverse leadership matters.
Thank you, Dawn. Thank you for all those who shared back. Really appreciate all of those takeaways. And we're going to have a discussion now with a former colleague of mine. I was working at the Globe as a content strategist in 2022 into 2024 and met Sherry Keane, a lovely talent, and also the HR and DEI advisor for the Globe and Mail. And she's here to dig deeper into what you were just talking about, Dawn, around some of the changes around DEI and what we should all be doing about it as Canadians in business. So over to you, Sherry. You can just introduce whoever you need to. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Where's the energy in the room? Yeah. Nice to see you. As Dio said, my name is Sherry Keane. I am an HR and Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisor with the Globe and Mail. I'm pleased to be moderating our next discussion focused on the future of DEI. This is a topic that has been a business priority for a number of years. Their progress has certainly varied depending on the organization. But now the initiative has a new sense of urgency given the backlash to DEI coming out of the US. Our next discussion will bring two of Canada's earliest and strongest champions of diversity, equity, and inclusion to the stage to offer their guidance and insights. So I'm going to introduce them. First, we have Rachel Baptiste. She is the founder and CEO of Lumen Consulting, Inc. Rachel has 25 years of corporate leadership experience in Fortune 100 organizations. She has led enterprise-wide transformation in talent strategy, leadership development, and workplace culture. Welcome, Rachel. Next, we have Michael Bach, author, speaker, and idea thought leader. He has worked globally in the IDEA field, including as the Deputy Chief Diversity Officer for KPMG International. He is the founder for the Canadian Centre for Diversity and Inclusion and Pride at Work Canada. Welcome, Michael. Get comfy here. Okay. So we have a big audience here in the room and online, and not everybody might know or has different familiarity with the topic. So let's just define the acronyms that we have. As I stated, DEI stands for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And IDEA stands for Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Accessibility. So, Rachel, you work close with CEOs and executive teams across industries. What are you hearing right now about the impact of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how forward-thinking organizations are navigating it?
Great, thank you, Sherry. And forgive me, I'm going to trust in the compassion in this room. I've lost my voice. So lean in and use your supersonic hearing. What I'm hearing is that there's a lot of questions around what do we do now. I think there's a lot of fatigue. I think organizations underestimated the labor and heavy lifting that's required with this work, not just to get it off the ground, but to sustain momentum and to make it meaningful and impactful and sustainable. And so through that fatigue, through this economic turmoil that organizations are going through, they're asking the question, is this something that we continue down along the road? I think also there's a bit of fear. I think in getting involved in this work, it can be messy work. And it's not enough just to operationalize it. I always say you need to relationalize it. And so that requires an emotional capacity beyond the execution of the work. And I think that is also adding to the fatigue and the fear that people are facing. But then organizations who've been doing this a long time, who are committed, where it's truly embedded in the DNA, they're not being scared off. And so they're doubling down on their commitment, and they're seeing that their values are truly that, and they're not being swayed or abandoned because they're being challenged by the current trends or social pressures. So it's mixed.
Yes. And Michael, I'd like to get your thoughts on that as well. What does the backlash mean to you, and how are organizations navigating it?
Yeah, it's an interesting time to be doing this work. I live in the United States, so I should clarify that, and I apologize now. But I'm Canadian, so I come with a 25% tariff. On the southern side of the border, it is a gong show and terror as organizations are really just trying to keep their head down and not get on the radar of the White House. Many organizations, most organizations, are not abandoning their efforts in the DEI space, but they're really sort of shying away from anything public, sponsorships, public recognition, awards. Those are completely off the table. But work with employee resource groups, with councils, learning, that sort of thing, that is all still happening. In the Canadian context, however, what I'm hearing is that I've yet to hear of an organization that isn't still doing the work. There are variations, sponsorships sometimes are going away, and that often is with companies that operate on both sides of the border. So they're, again, just trying to stay off the radar. But I think a lot of companies here in Canada, employers here in Canada, recognize that the work still needs to be done, right? We haven't really gotten to anywhere near the finish line. And just because someone somewhere who's orange signed an executive order doesn't make the issues go away.
Yeah, very true, very true. And even before they had a name for it, you know, I was doing that work. Yeah. I'm sure you were doing that work. Rachel, I'm sure you were doing that work as well. So if they take away the name, or if they make the name something bad, obviously we're just going to keep doing it. Hopefully not so much in silence, but to continue doing that work. And so along those lines, talk a little bit about your origin story, Michael. Speak to the idea of IDEA being a business being for business competitiveness, right? So that it is a part of how we need to do business.
So I grew up here in Toronto, and from a very early age, my mother, may she rest in peace, instilled in me this belief that I, as a white, cis-presenting man, would need to use my privilege to the advantage of others. She's a good woman. Unfortunately, she died a couple years ago, but she's still my light. And she made sure, this is going to sound terrible, she looked at my father and said, no. Because he's a treat. And then when she realized I was gay, which I'm not sure how she didn't know from like birth, I came out of the womb singing a chorus line. But when she realized I was gay, it was even more important that I advocate for my community. And so I have been working in the LGBTQIA+ space for 40 years. I know, I don't look it if you're closing your eyes. And then, but it wasn't a job. Sorry, that was where I was going. It wasn't a job back then. It was something you did as a volunteer. It was community work. And then jump forward to 2005, I had the opportunity to create a role in diversity and inclusion. And when it came up, I was like, oh, I want that job. That is the world I want to live in. I want you to pay me to do what I'm passionate about. But I also was working for accountants at the time. And are there accountants in the room? Where am I? Nobody's going to admit to it. Give it up for the accountants. We love the accountants. They keep the CRA from calling me. I worked for accountants, and not to say accountants are heartless. That is not the case at all. But they respond to numbers. They respond to data. And so when I started doing the work at KPMG, I had to make sure that the argument would speak to the 300, 400 partners across the country. And that is when I shifted from what I was raised on, which was a very social justice approach, to a business-first approach. This is good for business. This is good for our economy. This is good for our country. And jump forward today, when I talk about how women make 76 cents on the dollar and why we need to change that, it's because it's bad for our economy. It is simply bad for business that we are not paying women equitably. I am a social justice warrior in disguise as a capitalist swine. And I, if it were up to me, I immediately believe in that it's the right thing to do argument. But the problem is not everyone does. So I have worked, for 20 years to say this is the right thing to do for our business, the right thing to do for our economy, the right thing to do for our country.
Yes, it really is about the why in the work that we do. And Rachel, can you weigh in on that as well? The importance of not losing the why in the strategies that we have.
Absolutely. And it goes beyond the moral imperative. This is the business imperative. And recognizing that not only do we have a responsibility and accountability to the individuals of which we lead, not only do we have a responsibility to the communities in which we do business, we also have a responsibility in raising the consciousness to have a positive impact on the world around us. We are global organizations living in a global economy, in a global community. And that's really where the essence is to this work, is around how we're building community amongst us. And also, every year for International Women's Day, I hear the UN put out numbers around how long it will take to reach equity for women. And every year, that number is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and we're regressing. And so, yes, the numbers are important. Yes, data is important, and to understand what the story is behind those numbers. but are we truly looking at each other as humans? And I know you can say, well, that's obvious, we're humans. But beyond our roles, our titles, our status, that's what comes into play when we interact with each other. But when we strip those away and really sit down and understand, not only do I see you, but I understand you. I understand what your needs are to thrive. And I am committing to doing my part and holding hands collectively, because not only is there great power and brilliance in this room, but as a community, there is great power in moving this work forward. And we've got to be radical in our approach, because when I see 200 years, 250, 500 years to reach generations beyond our own, to reach equity, it's unacceptable. It is unacceptable. And so to do this work, how do we move beyond patriarchal templates of what it means to lead? How do we move beyond operationalizing the work and really making it meaningful, and not shirking away when times get tough? I always say that you need stamina to do this work. You need conviction to do this work. You need values, truly embedded values, to do this work, but you also need the community.
Definitely. Yes, great point. It does a lot of times. When you're doing the work and you want to see the results, and it's not always apparent, it's not always visible right away, and it can be discouraging. But I always say that it isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. When you're committed to it, you have to keep going, even though it may not seem like you're making the biggest strides. But I think the younger generation sees it, and they know that we're doing it, and I think that also brings it forward.
And if I can add, and recognizing we're not going to get it right. We're going to trip up, and that's okay. And so going back to that patriarchal template of what it means to lead, how do we let go of our need to be perfect, to get it right, to know all the answers? We can't do this work alone. It can't take one organization, one leader, one ERG leader, one chief HR officer. And so there's a level of humility that you need to bring to this work and partnership.
Yes. Okay. All the sort of backlash, it kind of had me thinking. I have DEI in my title, and it had me thinking, is this something that I should remove just because I don't want the negativity coming with it, especially when it's such powerful work and work that I'm passionate about. I want to make sure that I'm open, and I had this discussion with my boss, who's also my mentor, who is also the person who gives me so much guidance, Erin Adams. I'm just putting a shout out to her, because we all need that one person who's really that we can connect with and support us. And she said, if you do that, then people are going to think that the Globe is stepping back from our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we're not, by the way. We're going very forward. So I took that and I said, you're absolutely right. It's also something that when people are looking for that support, if they're doing a LinkedIn search, it might come up. And when they're thinking about the Globe and Mail and DEI, they can see a person that looks like me and think that we're doing the work. It's there. Can you comment on that as well? Michael, I'll take that over to you.
Yeah, I've debated this myself, particularly over the past couple months, and went back through social media and was debating changing my website. And I mean, the reality is, if you Google my name, rainbows and lollipops fly out of the screen. So there was no erasing the past 20 years of my career. But then I was thinking about it, I thought, if we change it, they're winning. And changing it doesn't make it, we could call it chocolate pudding. It doesn't matter what we call it. What matters is that we're doing the work. But I hate bullies. And I'm feeling very bullied right now. So my elbows are up, and I'm sort of doubling down to say, no, we're going to still call it DEI. In my case, I use IDEA. And I'm not going to shy away from that because that's the work I do. And I'm just focusing the speeches I give on the business imperative and really emphasizing with data, with research and fact to say, this is why it's good. And all of that noise is just that. It is just noise. And I just don't feel like we should bow down and let the bullies win.
Yeah, and you, Rachel?
I'm with Michael, elbows up on that. And we've seen Canada come together. We've seen, when there's the threat of being the 51st state, Canada has come together proud and strong. And so I want us to see us come together proud and strong when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion. I believe in calling what it is. It's diversity, equity, and inclusion. And to do any different means that not only are they winning, but you're partaking in weaponizing the words. You're partaking in erasing not only the words, but the people who are doing this important work. And so I want to see courage to stand up, not only for the work, but for the people who are doing this work. And I think this also speaks, again, I always bring it back to leadership capacity, that as leaders, we need to be able to have these difficult conversations, to be able to go head on during times like this, and just have discussions and conversation with one another, and also allyship. And so I don't think it's up to just diversity, equity, and inclusion. I almost said practitioners, diversity, equity, and inclusion leaders, because that's what you are. That's what you are, that's what I am. How are we supporting those leaders? How are we providing allyship to them? How are we leading the conversations? And so again, it comes back to community, to partnership, but also more specifically to leading.
For sure. And having those people in positions that are open to those discussions, right? And at the Globe, we've signed the Black North CEO pledge. So knowing that our CEO and our company stands behind that commitment, it means a lot. So people in the positions of power, they definitely have to stand up and support us in all of these efforts too. And so talking more about the building blocks for good diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and how organizations can continue to build. Rachel, in your Globe and Mail interview, you spoke about the need to move forward from the intention to meaningful, sustainable action. What does that look like in practice, and what should leaders be doing differently?
There's a couple of things. First, I think leaders need to make this personal. So yes, there's a business imperative, but are you as a leader doing your individual work? Because the work will do you. And when the work starts doing you, that's when you start to see wavering. So there's that individual commitment before you can even commit for the executive team, before you can commit for the organization. But then how are you integrating diversity, equity, and inclusion into everything that you do? Is it linked to executive compensation? Is there board reporting required? How are you integrating it into your business processes, your supply chain, how you make financial decisions? Looking at your talent management practices end to end, we need, I'm going to use the word again, radically redesign and reimagine what does talent management look like. not just in terms of employee value proposition and the story that you're putting out in the marketplace, but how are you recruiting, how are you acquiring talent, and once you acquire them, is what you describe to them actually the reality that you're bringing them into? And so what are you doing in terms of culture transformation, belonging, psychological safety, trust? And then also, someone I think earlier talked about that we're mentoring women to death, and that means to be sponsorship. Let's go another 2 steps and talk about actually promoting intersectional women into positions of power, budgetary power, decision-making power, so that they can truly have a hand in changing and transforming the organization. And once we promote them, are we supporting them? Or are we asking them to fix broken departments and broken teams without resourcing them with a budget, without resourcing them with helping them build their teams, without investing them from a development standpoint? So mentor, sponsor, promote, but then make sure you're supporting them once they get promoted. And also, sorry, I get passionate. Again, I think this is the 3rd time I'm mentioning this. We can't promote women into patriarchal templates and expect us to be successful. So what are we doing to redefine what it means to be a leader in a way that we can thrive and bring our full selves, our brilliant selves, because that's what we are, in all our brilliance, to the roles that we have?
And same question for you, Michael. How so many organizations have targets on paper, but aren't making meaningful progress towards them. How can companies shift from intention to real results?
I agree with everything that Rachel said. So just adding on to that, I'd say a couple things. First off, and this may seem very fundamental, but what's your business case? And do you have an actual document? If you do not have an actual document, go write one. I'm not talking about the Magna Carta. I'm talking about 1 to 2 pages that just speaks to why this is important to your organization and your organization's ability to operate. That becomes your North Star that you can always look to and go, this is why we're doing this. And I think it's more important now than ever to, and call it what you want, whether it's business case or strategic imperative or whatever, but being able to say, this is why we do this. The other thing I would say is do something. I don't need to hear, CEOs love to tell me about all the things that they're doing, but it's always like, oh yeah, we signed the Black North Pledge. That's great. How many Black executives do you have? Silence. I want to see the results. I am, a woman of a certain age. I want to see results before. I was hoping that we would have a woman of color as president. But anyway, I want to see the results. So don't tell me about the pledges. Tell me about the commitment. To your point, in order to see an increase in diversity in leadership, we're going to have to support. We're going to have to do things differently. Redefine what it means to be a leader and what leadership behavior looks like. We need to see the results, as opposed to we set a target for X and we did nothing to get there. The infamous high potential list, which of course, I would love to ask all of you, A, do you have a hypo list? How do people get on it? And then what happens with those people on the list? I worked for an organization that shall remain nameless that had a high potential list. People didn't know how they got on the list, and they suddenly were off the list and didn't know how they got off the list. And there was never any sort of development program that said, okay, now you're on the list, here's how we get you to the next step. It's sort of like having a gym membership and not going and expecting to get fit. Take my word on this, doesn't work. Good Life has a lot of my money, not a lot of my sweat. So we have to do things. There has to be actual change.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And definitely claps. We're going to be taking some questions shortly, and there'll be microphones brought out into the audience. But just thinking about, unfortunately, we do have to think about what's going on in the U.S., and it's alarming the things that are happening to kind of go back with the progress that we've made. I'd like to just ask both of you, Rachel, I'll start with you, on what makes you optimistic and hopeful about what we're doing right now with diversity, equity, and inclusion?
I am hopeful. I think in seeing what's happening, it's fueled me even more to not retreat, but rather to really drive this work forward. I think I'm also encouraged by the next generation coming up. I think that equity, diversity, and inclusion, and we've heard it in previous presentations, it's a non-negotiable for, and not just the next generation coming up, but generations that are on this stage also. And so I think people are starting to really see the value in the power of the collective, that this is going to take all of us pushing this work forward, that we are on the cusp of, I want to say, quantum change. And so that is encouraging, it's exciting. And also, I think that I want to say, this is a moment in time. And as scary as it may be, there's another moment in time in 2020 when organizations started posting scripts and clauses around their commitment, and those are often the organizations that are backing down today. And I think that we need to be confident and hopeful that those who are committed, those who are in this room, but those who are committed will stay the course. We have to. We have no other choice. The responsibility is bigger than us. And so I'm hopeful that we will heed the call, because I see this as a call. And not just for, as I said, individuals or any one of us, but humanity. This is what it comes down to. And so I'm up for the fight, and I trust that you are too.
So I'll tell you a quick anecdote. I'm a gay man, so I'm obsessed with musicals. It's actually required. And I was listening today as I was driving back from Niagara to the musical Suffs, which is about the suffrage movement. If you're not familiar, it's a brilliant musical. If you don't like musicals, who hurt you? That is, I don't understand you. Anyway, the point is, I was listening to this musical, and it is about the suffrage movement, which was a brutal fight for women to get the right to vote. And my point in mentioning that is that becomes inspirational to me. When I listen to those songs, I think, okay, here we go again. I have been around this block a couple times. We did not get anything without a good fight. And we have to keep fighting. The whole point of the bully is to beat you down so that you don't fight back. But again, I don't love the bully winning, so we need to keep up the fight. And I think of people who have gone before me, and I stand on the shoulder of giants. People, frankly, not to get all sappy, but like my mom, who was an amazing woman, and she fought. And the reason, the anecdote, she was a Presbyterian minister, the reason why they ordain LGBT people in the Presbyterian Church now is because my mother was there fighting that fight. So we need to keep fighting, and we're going to have setbacks again. It's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. It's a pendulum swing. But again, we just need to keep the work up.
Definitely. And so I think, do we have any microphones in the audience for questions?
Yeah, we've got the money.
Hi, is this working? Yeah. Hi, Shaharan from RWL. I just first wanted to thank you, Michael and Rachel, for talking about this topic so eloquently. My question to you is about the data work that you guys were talking about. It's so important to be sensitive to the stories that exist behind the data, and I say that because I lost my dad to COVID, to first wave. He was a surgeon, and he was a well-known surgeon in Dhaka, and when he died, he made it to the newspapers. And I was reading all these amazing things about him, but I will forever remember the last line of the article, which is, to this date, 600-something doctors have died to COVID. So that sentence took away all the nice things that they were talking about, because in that moment I realized my family became a statistic. And the hurt that I felt, because as a statistic, as 600 people, you read about it. 600 people died, 600 people's families lost someone. You don't feel anything. But I know what it did to me, and it's pivotal to me even today, and I still talk about it 5 years from now. Even today, I make it my mission to talk about grief in a way that it gives workplace accommodation, that it gives students accommodation, because it's fairer that way. Grief is a mental health condition. But how do we do justice? We have to talk about data. Accountants, people, business leaders, they do need data. How do we do justice to the stories of people when we're still talking about the data?
I'll go first. Yeah, first, I'm sorry for your loss. And what you've said is so true. It's not an either or, it's an and, I would say. Yes, data is important, but if we don't understand the story that the data is telling us, but also the people, the humans behind the data, the experiences behind the data, and giving them an opportunity to give voice to their stories. It's one thing to see it in print, but to hear them share it, to connect, and to, on an emotional heart level, is where the power is. And so it's important to capture it and to balance that with the numbers, with the data. And how are you sharing those stories? And who are you sharing them with? And are you sharing them far and wide? And so, and that's where it goes back to, are we building meaningful connections and relationships with each other? So it's not just that I see you. It's not just that I understand you, but I know you. I know you and I walk with you. And I can see you're feeling that. And that's a different level of capacity that we need to bring to leadership. It's beyond the operations, beyond the processes, beyond the spreadsheets. And it takes that humility and that courage with one another. The other piece on the data, where we do use data, it needs to be disaggregated. And so yes, we may have a 30% target, and we may be hitting that 30% at certain levels in the organization. But when we drill down, we see that that story isn't necessarily true at different areas of the organization. So how are we being transparent with our data? And we're not just showing the aggregated numbers or not just telling the success stories, but we're really being real with the information and transparent, I think is important. And so it's an and, not an either or.
I would add, and thank you for sharing that story. I mean, that's a real vulnerability, and I've always valued that. Here's what we all know the saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. I have a different take on that. I don't care how I get the horse to the water, I will make the damn thing drink. And my point with that analogy is to say, I look at every individual that I'm working with, CEO, C-suite, whoever, to say, what's the argument that you need to hear so that what's the argument that will help you understand why this needs to be a priority? Whether that is the business argument, the number argument, or it's the emotional argument, or whatever. I am a storyteller by nature, and stories like yours are so critically important. We have to make sure that whoever is hearing them is ready to hear them. Thank you.
Yes. I think we're out of time, and we're actually over. But thank you so much, both Rachel and Michael. And I would like to call Dawn Kalia back onto the stage. Thank you.
Thanks, Sherry. That was an awesome discussion. As mentioned earlier today, some of the companies on our Women Lead Here benchmark hit an important milestone in 2025, 5 years on the list. That's an achievement worthy of an on-stage shout-out and quite possibly an awkward photo with yours truly. Apologies in advance. When I call your company's name, please send up a representative or two or more if you'd like to receive your certificate and have your photo taken. Here we go. First up is Bank of Montreal. Hi. Sorry, we'll do this in front.
All right.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Next, we have Chartwell Retirement Residences. Come on down. Choreography is a little bit awkward. Next, we have Sienna Senior Living. Come on up. And now we have Sun Life Financial. Please come on up. I'd also like to recognize other milestone companies who couldn't be in the room today. They include Organogram Holdings, Storage Vault Canada, and Total Energy Services. Congratulations again. And you're in great company as these organizations on screen behind me achieved the 5-year milestone in 2024 and are now working toward a solid decade. Many of them are in the audience today, so let's give them a hand as well. And just before I leave the stage, and I just want to encourage you all to take home your copy of ROB Magazine, and please read Deborah Artz's fantastic Women Lead Here essay. It's incredible and includes a lot of advice that we can all put to work right away. Thank you all.
We are at the end of our day. Has it been a good day, friends? Okay, I'm really glad. I just have a few things to wrap us up. Of course, we talked a lot about the importance of developing, supporting, and promoting women up to executive and CEO roles. We also talked about the importance of mentorship, supporting young people, remembering where they're at, remembering we were all there once, and giving them opportunities to shine and grow. We also talked about the importance of DEI, or EDI. I was once the director of communications for the Toronto Metropolitan Museum for the Equity and Community Inclusion Department. And I could have never dreamed that that was a role that would have even existed in the Canada that I knew back in growing up in the 80s and 90s in Toronto, Mississauga. So it's really exciting that organizations are taking it on, but as we heard too, there are lots of changes that are happening now that as Canadians, I'm hoping, and I hope you're hoping too, that as values that we can still hang on to. You can applaud if you'd like. You don't have to if you don't want to, but it's a really rough time out there, and as someone who also has a company that supports a lot of organizations that are in this space, we're hoping that organizations and media companies like the Globe and Mail continue to report the truth about what is happening here in Canada and keeping people accountable. So thanks to the Globe and Mail for continuing to write great journalism and provide good content for us to take in. Please applaud the Globe and Mail for this day too. Speaking of the Globe also offers education and training to your employees in the form of the Globe and Mail's Leadership Institute. Has anyone heard of the Institute? Has you seen it on LinkedIn and all of that? This group over there definitely knows about it because they launched it. New courses have been announced and they cover a range of topics, including leaning into leadership for women, which we've been talking about today. There will be a new course in May, so you can learn more about the Globe Leadership Institute at globeleadershipinstitute.com, all one word, as noted in the slide. It's supposed to be in the slide behind me, and it is here. So you can use your QR code if you want to know more about the education that's offered there and learn more about what's happening at the Globe Leadership Institute. Once again, I'd like to thank Sun Life as the presenting sponsor today and Desjardins as the gold sponsor, along with all the other brands partners for their support, which this whole team truly values. I want to thank all of you. You guys have been great. Thank you for the lovely compliments. Thank you for stopping me in the hallway to say I've done a decent job, but the real people to thank as well are the people behind the scenes that we don't always hear about. Andrea, who has been the logistics lead and has been in my ear. Lisa, who is the event content specialist, and their whole team. Please give them a round of applause. They've worked tremendously hard to make this happen. Thank you so much for all that you've done to make this event possible. I want to thank the virtual audience, you all, and we will send a link to the event of this event recording to all who registered. And now we're done. We have refreshments, we have networking, and I hope you all enjoy the evening and get home safely. Have a wonderful evening. Thanks again.